Guarda, vai indo, Boot.
Não vou mais nada dele.
Boot, pode espetar a loja, Boot. MT, vai jogar.
Pera. Aqui, pra esquerda aí.
Espera, não espeta a lojinha, Boot.
Parei aqui.
Bora jogando, tio. Cheirão azul aqui, tá procurando, tio.
Vai indo.
Na frente aqui,
Uma
tio.
bomba.
Tem um morro. 190 nesse, tio. 190 parte aqui. Não dá fila.
Quando quiser
Vai por embaixo, vai embaixo.
dois tá em vocês, dois tá em vocês. Vou salvar portátil,
91.
Não exagero.
Pulando em mim.
Não exagero.
98. Tá puxando em mim, aqui.
Calma, tô chegando.
Puxando em mim.
Tô chegando agora.
Tiro os postos
pedra,
Um tiro os dois aqui, MT.
Tô fechando, irmão. No gelo. Ganhando os fortes.
Vou dois embaixo de tiro. Subindo. Puxa minha, muito miado. Eu tô muito miado.
No gelo.
Bush vai dar sua esquerda,
Vou salvar, tá?
Bush vai dar sua esquerda, tá, irmão?
Quebrando boot.
MT, dá um tiro no gelo, MT.
Encostando aqui.
Dá um tiro de alvo, MT. Dá um tiro de alvo. Boa, caralho.
Salvando aqui.
Tá, salvando com boot. Segura, relaxa. Só mais um. 7 dele. Não, cuidado, Boot, cuidado nele, segura nele, MT mata, MT de baixo, tá segura, mirando, Boot. MT mata nele, detém, filho da p***, MT. Bora, cara, é o melhor, seu irmão. Mas sou MT, é o
40 mesmo.
Vambora.
Bora, peguei visão aqui.
Olhando em cima aqui, dá
ซ่อมเกาะเก็ต
แบนหนึ่งปาไปซ้ายเรายิงซ้ายหน่อย
มาซ่อมก่อน
ซ่อมหน่อย
ต้องเกาะยิงมาแล้วกูไม่มีเลยนะเพื่อนต้องเกาะอ่ะ
กูมีบอมอยู่เดี๋ยวกูไปยัดบอมให้
ระวังนะโจ้เสียไอ้บอลเยอะเพื่อนติดบอลถอยก่อนถอยมาเนี่ยถอยมาตรงกูเนี่ยตรงกูอยู่นอกวงอยู่
57ดาวหนึ่ง
ยิงไป
มันระวังมันขึ้นเต็นท์ยิงนะ
ยิงไป
ไอ้เขียนแล้วไหลขวามาได้ปะ
ไม่ต้องบีบขวามาก็ได้บีบขวามาเนี่ยมาจับ
ไอ้ยิงกูไว้แล้วแบงค์กูไว้
ได้อีกค่อย
เจ็บแล้วเรา
กูเจ็บนะกูยืนคุมซ้ายอยู่นะ
นอนปัดนะ
ดาวตรงกลางดาวในเต็นท์ซ้าย4ตัวเลยนะปิดเต็นท์นะปิดเต็นท์นี้นะปิดเลยไปป้อมปิดไว้ต้นอย่าเข้าไป
ไม่ผมเล่นได้ผมเล่นได้อยู่แล้ว
ระเบิดใครเดี๋ยวขวาตัวเดียวอ่ะมึงเอาขวาดิเนี่ย100นึงเจ็บมากภายในนะ
ใจเย็น
สกายได้ปะ
ไม่ได้
โอเคไปรอเล่นได้ไอ้เต็นท์กูมีรถอยู่เนี่ยไอ้มันมายืนโฟกัสนี่ดีกว่าเพื่อนเนี่ยตัดแล้ว
40
เจอแล้วบอล
กองหมดแล้วเพื่อน
เดี๋ยวกูเต็มเลย
ไปตายเพื่อน
อย่าเพิ่งขวาเต็นท์ตัวเดียวนะเดกิอ่ะกูปิดแล้วรอลิ้นด้วยกันรอลิ้นก่อนกูวนขึ้นมาเดกิกูวนขึ้นมาเต็นท์ขวานะมันโดนกันเลยกูสกายเลยโอ้โหซุปเปอร์แบ็คก็ดาวหนึ่งโมโคดาวมันขยับมาลิ้นหน่อย
มาแล้วเพื่อน
ลิ้นตัวดาวดิซ้ำก่อนก็ได้ซ้ำได้เย็นไม่ใจเย็นอย่าเพื่อนก้อนรับหน่อยก้อนรับดิจำหนึ่งโอ้ดาวเพื่อนไม่มีบอลเสือโจ้2ตัวดิดาวอีกตัวเดียวเพื่อนเลยตึงทนายแต่กันเลือกหมดมารับดิตัวเดียวไหวชิว
ยิงดี
บ้าน
น้องแหวน้องแก่เขาเราyếu dưới hả sao lưng này sao lưng đẩy lên nè ê còn thằng sau lưng này trên xe chó là gì vậy nó màu nè bắn trái luôn đi nó màu á nè trái còn hàng nha bên trái còn một hàng ra xuống ê kêu cái chít kêu cứ kêu đi yếu hả nó màu nè ê bắn đi sao đi nè kêu cái ê ôi trời thôi rồi bắn chết đó là xong rồi nó kéo luôn nóc này nó rồi gạt lấy kêu tiếp này bắn cháu luôn bắn chơi dao hồi máu đi tự chết phải duỗi phải duỗi nó suy kêu rồi tệ ui nó chết luôn không duỗi đi chơi luôn duỗi phải lên rồi nghe tôi bắn đi duỗi chết nó mới rống rộng qua đẩy si nè lên rồi kéo phải nè đặt keo giữa ra nó một đặt keo em đẩy luôn cũng được quăng nét lên còn nét không trái cuối nè keo cuối đứng sau tấm đá nè đợi hết phải chiêu
bên phải trái có hàng nha để phải đi
yếu nè không yếu lắm đâu má giá bảo hết keo nghiêng ê ông ơi đừng có gạt bắn thằng kia ấy bắn mấy thằng kia thôi ê bắn nó
mỏ mà
từ từ lên gạt lấy keo đi rồi keo hồi máu bên trái còn một thằng nóc lên đằng đá từ si còn hai si một hai khác tem luôn á đừng có bắn trước khác tem nha màn tía đừng có bắn trước si rồi lấy ai bên đây rồi được si chung tem rồi si ê khác tem bắn nhau nãy giờ mà ê bắn tỉa trước chứ bắn tỉa trước hả rồi chết hay sao vậy rồi còn một bắn kia luôn con kia yếu à không yếu đâu Ê nó
Ê, dầm đi.
không, chưa.
Bắn xì. Go lên.
Trời. Hay ơi. Hay ơi.
Yo que pone ya.
Dale.
Ahí sube.
Techo, estoy.
Bueno,
Pare primero.
Tiro uno.
Cuidado, está solo abajo, Fluky.
Bajé.
Tiro. Están aquí. Dale, cuidado. Una para Fluky.
Dale, segundo, voy.
Estoy corto. Cuidado, mano.
Estoy curando.
Cualquier cosa fuera del techo. Cualquier cosa encima del techo, Fluky.
Mano, vuelvan. Tranqui.
Tranquilo, el techo está muy bien. Igual mini misil, perro. Tranqui.
Cúralo.
Derecha, están peleando. Fue la rosada, Facu, Estoy cubierto, Facu. Tranqui, manito.
Amarilla tienes que avanzar, tenemos uno amarillo.
Dale. Ve cuántos cambios. Pegó a izquierda, Facu.
Me quemaron de la espalda, creo.
Ya.
Curativa para mí, curativa.
Dale.
Tenemos mucha gente acá abajo,
Mano, no vamos a por el techo.
Vengan, podemos jugar aquí, vaya a izquierda, tenemos zona.
Estamos en techo bien, mano.
Tienes
Aquí tengo zona aquí.
No tengo bala de Franco.
Tengo zona aquí donde soy, le estoy quitando vida que se la rosada, mano.
Pues minas ahí.
Pared.
Curativa para mí.
Mano, hay que cascar estos derechos, perro, que lo maten, hay que romperles todas las paredes, mano. Queremos izquierda, queremos espacio, venga. Curativa.
No tengo vida tampoco.
Me estoy curando. Uno, perro. Curativa, dale.
Me rushé. Bajé uno.
Dale.
No lo mataron.
Aquí, Mano, quedan 5, roben. Quedan 4. Izquierda, quedan 3, dale. Derecha,
Calma.
Izquierda, perro, conmigo, perro.
Mira, Facu.
Toma, Facu. Dale,
Uno solo, perro. Calma, curen. Juntos.
Aquí izquierda conmigo.
¡Buena, guacho!
¡Buena, Floki!
¡Dale, guacho!
Triple kill. Unstoppable. Double kill. Quadra kill.
King Sniper.
Congratulations.
Bom dia, padrinho.
Cadê? Sai dentro aí.
Olha sem vazar, pra cidade aí, meu parceiro, que isso?
Que isso, mano?
Igual em ponto, não vamos.
Calma, junto. ¿Y qué le queda?
Boa, Carlos, Cabelão James.
Nona, primero que todo, pues muchas gracias.
Congratulations. Boa, Cabelão. Ofi, congratulations.
Señor, danos la fuerza necesaria para enfrentar este encuentro.
Massa, hein, mano. Vontade, hein, mano.
I get up in the ride, slide over the vibe, and Rosarito, I know the key to surviving.
120 no outro. Tem outro, irmão.
Tá focando muito. Também da cheia também.
I get enough head, no fuss, I'm done fed.
Tío, y nos quedamos con un poquito y digo, ay, no hubiera hecho esto. Chao.
Man, I look good up in the wooded pen, I could have been a surfer instead, leave it mentally gone, I still be not my head.
Point Rush day number 1 here at the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2024. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, and with me at the desk today is the one and only Gideon Q. We are going to be your casters for the day.
It's going to be a good time here, and honestly, coming into this point rush, I'm really excited to see some of these teams, and especially teams who, well, seem inconsistent to have explosive starts here today, because these point rush, every single bit of ranking is important to get those extra points when we get to that final stage.
Amen, brother. You could say that again for sure. I was not a big fan of Point Rush with the previous format, but of course this year we have revamped it quite a little bit. Now if you get that number 1 spot, you walk away with 10 points. You get to do that 2 days in a row. That's an extra 20 points for head start at the Global Finals, at the Grand Final stage in itself. That makes a huge difference as opposed to the previous one where you could potentially walk away with 16, and of course some things kind of happen here and there. We've seen exactly how that has gone for quite a number of squads. But of course, today, as we start the day off, we want to run through some of the performance for these squads out there, Gideon. You know, it has not been the best of runs for some of them, but I do believe they are trying to hide away some of those strats. We clearly saw WAG off to a fantastic start on week number 1 of the knockout stage, and on week 2, all of a sudden, they were just not a threat anymore.
I mean, they're not the only squad who did that, right? I mean, obviously there are more explosive ones. Twisted Minds is a very good example. Day 1, 121 points, overtaking Buriram significantly by 20 points, and then afterwards kind of calming down, similar to WAG. And I know both of us were talking about this beforehand, the possibility of them, hey, let's just get the heat off of ourselves. Let's not sit underneath the spotlight, especially for Point Rush.
Yeah, I mean, of course, teams like RRQ, they didn't even bother showing up strong. They have just kept their heads down the whole time throughout the whole knockout stage. And I think they are definitely one of those that the other teams need to be wary of, because RRQ is a very capable squad, right? You look at players like Duts, like Abe, they are able to most definitely pop your heads off on a really good day. And RRQ is the kind of team that always finds that final circle. But for some weird reason, here at the knockout stage at the Global Finals, they have not shown up in that final circle all that too many times. Now, this was one of their weakness at the Southeast Asian Finals, where we saw them do really well at the knockout stage. And then, of course, at Point Rush, they kind of, did exceedingly well. And at Global Finals, at the finals for Southeast Asia, they faltered. Perhaps they really learned their lesson there. This time, they want to do the exact reverse, keep their heads down first, and then pop off in the final week, which obviously is going to do them a lot of good.
Of course. I mean, I was expecting them to pop off at a bare minimum Kalahari. I mean, that's the map that I expect them to always do well on. But even so, I do agree that they're, well, I wouldn't even call it inconsistency. Maybe it could be something up going on with the team. I don't want to assume just yet, but all of that is going to come brought into the light here at Point Rush. But that's not the only team that I'm excited for. And maybe one of the problems that they had was some of these Latam teams. Fluxo, and especially one of the few who has caught my eye, Corinthians. They've got some really good eyes playing from inner circle and looking for those final zones just like RRQ, but I think they're a lot more slippery and very strong on the anchor when it comes down to hunkering down.
Yeah, I most definitely agree with you, man. I mean, Corinth is definitely one of those threats. Obviously, Fluxo, the bigger threat out of Brazil. If we look at their own region as a whole, Fluxo has just smashed the competition, right? No other Brazilian squad can actually hold a candle to what Fluxo can do out there on the battlefield. I mean, they've tried in their own regions battles to qualify for this stage, be it at the knockout stage, be it at the finals. I mean, first of all, at the group stage, Fluxo already qualified for FFWS Globals, and then they went to the finals and continued to smash the competition to grab the biggest slice of the pie out of their prize pool, and also to show everybody else who's boss, right? But I have to agree with you, Corinthians have surely been a surprise for me as well. What's a little bit challenging for the team, though, they're not as consistent. But the blessing in disguise, when we get down to Sunday, Championship Sunday, where we get to crown the world champions here at the Free Fire World Series 2024, there are only 6 games you need to perform well at, and if Corinthians can get it right on that day, then the trophy's theirs.
I mean, we've seen too many examples of this where it's like, oh yeah, you're building up to from the group stage, consistency is there, Point Rush seems really, really good, and on that final day, it just gets swept underneath your feet. I mean, that's the reason why we have Latam as a region being considered, one of the stronger regions on top of Thailand. The fact that they are considered to be world championship level, it's not a matter of is it East or West anymore, it's really about the team's individual performance on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, most definitely, man. Of course, a little sad to see Latam go, but, fingers crossed next year they'll come back with a little bit more of a bang. I mean, CLG, they really put up a freaking strong fight, right? I was really cheering for them, but obviously, cheering was all I could do. I can't take the phone and play. If I had done that, they wouldn't have even qualified for this competition. Of course, jokes aside, we've got other teams like Vietnam, right? We talked a little bit about WAG, but Hua Esports, they are pretty sneaky. They showed up really strong on the first week of the Southeast Asian knockout stage and then kind of went down under. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but they seemed like they were back in prime, because this is a team that has got solid proof behind what they can do, right? This is not their first rendezvous here on the global stage. They have had 2 appearances in the past under the name of Team Flash back in 2021 as well as 2022, but they dipped in performance, disappeared when we came into FFWS 23. They were just totally not there, but now they're back with a vengeance. But as I say that, though, their stats picked up at the knockout stage. 1 booyah out of 24 games. And, not a lot of points to speak for it. Just qualifying above EVOS Divine with an extra 11 points in hand. I expected more from them.
Well, I mean, the fact that you're bringing it up, we got to talk about teams who, well, I don't want to say underperformed, but definitely had a couple of struggles here, like Pain Gaming, RRQ, Kazu, and I feel like even Hua, the games that I was able to kind of watch it felt, especially day 5 and day number 6, Was it them doing the bare minimum, or is it something of the sorts of like, we are desperate? And I feel like with these Vietnamese teams, when they come in day to day, they set themselves a singular KPI. Hey, this is how many points that we need to achieve in this day. Once you hit it, then you can start chilling around, which is why we saw Hua take a lot of early game fights. But as we mentioned that, I do also want to talk about E1 Sports and Pain Gaming, both of which had a lot of early fights against some of the other teams, but had to slightly change their approach to the mid game, where we do see a lot of struggles against teams like Attack All Around, Bigatron Delta, where you expect them to pop off.
I appreciate production also showing us the place of Twisted Minds. These are one of the teams that we've got our eyes on. They qualified for the final week on that second spot. And, you know, behind them, obviously, Team Falcons were very threatening to steal away that second spot from them. You know, that final week showdown where they made a huge comeback. But Twisted Minds were a little bit more consistent. But in terms of points, they could not match up to Buriram United Esports. The thankful thing is we don't have that many games as opposed to the knockout stage. Here at Point Rush, it is a refresh on each and every single day. So today and tomorrow, we've got Point Rush, 6 games, we hit the reset. Tomorrow, 6 games, we hit the reset. And of course, the finals day, we hit the reset again. On a day like that, Twisted Minds can really do a lot of damage, right? This is the team that were the champions of the Snapdragon Mobile Masters, and that made them the #1 seed of the Esports World Cup. That said, though, they didn't really perform all that too well on that stage.
I love the fact that you brought Falcons prior to Twisted Minds as well, because again, it's one of those few teams where it's like, yes, even though you are going to be consistently qualifying to the next stage, it's really about that final day. And I want to bring, I've asked Neptune this question before, but are you an outer ring or inner ring team? Because right now, I feel like it's really difficult to play on the outer rings, especially with teams like Twisted Minds, Buriram United, and particularly Attack All Around, who look to punish these outside teams as much as they can, with the exception being Team Falcons, who will wait the extra turn just so that they have a safe means of passage, but that also pushes them in a corner where you have to just take the fight as you walk in.
Yeah, I mean, at the global finals, you cannot play the outer ring, in my opinion. I mean, if you want to play that in your own region, you've got some weaker teams that you can potentially, you know, get the best of on the outer ring and then slowly make your way to the center. Here at the global finals, you're going to have the hot shots already prepared in their own defensive corner for those final few rings right now. Those final few circles are going to be very important to find your placement in. And if you're going to be one of the few that are coming in at the very final few seconds, you've got 2 headaches. Number 1, you're going to be gate kept by the teams inside the circle. Number 2, the blue is going to be hunting you down. And we have seen so many teams falter. We've seen Wasp go down in that way, 6K, Red Eye Esports. The consistent thing about these 3 teams that I just mentioned, they are not here on the final week. So playing on the outer ring has its own benefits, perhaps in the regional level. Here at the global finals, it is a huge risk. But if anybody does manage to pull that off today, though, I will be impressed.
You know, I think Falcons are not going to change their ways just yet, but they're not the only teams who are going to be looking to do that, right? We've seen Pain Gaming do it before. We've also seen that Hua, to a certain degree, really depends on their start, but hopefully it's going to be okay, because we need to see these teams perform well to get those extra bonus points, and every one of these games are going to matter.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on that note, we are about to kick the show off, baby. So off you guys go to the main stage. The casters will join you guys back in a little bit now. I hope you remember everything that we have broken down for you already, but it is not just this. We have got more to fill in your brains with. But for the time being, let's enjoy the opening ceremony of the Global Finals.
Kaspersky's now in Free Fire. Get Kaspersky Plus and score an exclusive skin. With the most powerful antivirus, plus tools like unlimited VPN, gamer mode, and a password manager, you'll secure that booyah in style. Don't sleep on this. Keep your devices safe and play safe with Kaspersky.
What's up, survivors? The time has come. This is Rio de Janeiro, where anything can happen. And this is your chance to show who's in charge. The whole world is watching. Every move, every decision is your shot at making history. You can't slip up.
Booyah!
Rio is more than just the backdrop. Here, you've got to take risks. There's no room for mistakes. Every second counts. Every move could be your last. You are here to shine. The challenge is to become a legend and take the spotlight.
E aí? Vai encarar?
E aí, pessoal! Sejam todos muito bem-vindos! Eu me chamo Camilota XP e tá começando Free Fire World Series. Que prazer imenso estar nesse palco gigantesco com você, direto de casa, para começarmos, darmos início ao derradeiro dia. Foram 6 dias de fase classificatória, 36 quedas para vermos esses 12 times aqui no dia de hoje. Ponte Rush, a famosa corrida pelo bônus. Mas antes de qualquer coisa, good morning, Anso.
Bom dia, Camilota. Xin chào, sawadee. Hello, everybody from all over the world. Welcome to the Free Fire World Series Global Finals right here in Rio de Janeiro, the heart of Brazil. And I'm Yoso, and this is Camilota. We will be your host today. And of course, welcome to our Point Rush stage, day 1 with our top teams, the strongest team right here.
E a nossa fase classificatória, gente, foi intensa, tá? Tivemos dominância tailandesa, mas assim, os nossos meninos deixaram a desejar não, tá? Entregaram tudo mais um pouco e dessa vez temos 4 times brasileiros, 4 times tailandeses, 2 do Vietnã e 2 da Indonésia, Anso.
And of course, in our stage today, we have 4 teams very strong come from Thailand, which is the dominator right now in the ranking board. But don't forget that we also have 4 Brazilian teams, which has the members that are the champion from the previous year of the FFWS Global Finals in Bangkok, Thailand. And cannot mention about 2 teams from Vietnam, the WG and Huri Sport, of course. But don't forget that there are Indonesian team, which we have to keep an eye on because they are also strong. And I would rate them as our dark horse in this tournament.
E sairemos daqui direto para nossa grande final, dia 24 de novembro, vulgo domingo, 11 horas da manhã, a gente tem nosso famoso encontro marcado aqui nessa Arena Carioca. A gente vai botar fogo nisso aqui. Vai dar Brasil e é o seguinte, vamos fazer o seguinte? Vamos recapitular tudo o que aconteceu no nosso último dia da fase classificatória.
Yes, and of course, before we start our first match, we would like to invite all of you to watch our recap from our 6 days matches come from knockout stage. Please.
I'm going dumb. I'm trying to live it and stunt. Get anything that I want, whenever I want. It's okay.
ปกติครับเพราะว่าทีมผมก็เล่นกันเป็นทีมอยู่แล้วแล้วก็มีความมั่นใจในตัวเองแบบสูงกันทุกคนครับ
Pertama mungkin dari perasaan gue lolos ke final tuh senang. Terus yang kedua mungkin perjuangan tim gue sama gue sendiri.
Mình và cái team cảm thấy rất là vui ngày hôm nay đã vô được vòng chung kết.
No, nos sentimos mal, obviamente, tristes, bajoneados.
Muchas gracias a todos que apoyaron. Dimos nuestro mejor hasta el final.
Melhor impossível, né? Mais feliz impossível. A gente vai chegando com tudo, com confiança para essa final, né? Primeiro para garantir os pontos. Só vai dar nós na Arena Carioca, se Deus quiser.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and it looks like we are about to fill your heads in with a little bit more info. Once again, it's my pleasure to be joined by Mr. Gideon Q here. We are going to be your casters for the day. As usual, I am the Mustachio AJ. 1 day of point rush is not enough. We gotta have 2 days. We gotta have that extra 20 points. The question is though, can any teams pick up the 20, or are we gonna have a heated battle between the 2 days that we're gonna be running here, Gideon?
I think it's gonna be heated personally, but I think, you know, with teams looking as consistent as they are, especially in that upper echelon there, looking to get 20 points is very, very doable. But it really depends on the strategies they're going to be deploying here today. And I think that's what everybody is waiting to see, because this is technically a full reset from what we saw during the knockout stages as we come into Point Rush.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you know, like you said, the upper echelons basically means high teams. You've got Buriram United Esports, you've got Twisted Minds, you've got Falcons, the ones that rose up to the occasion towards the tail end of the knockout stage. And that is just so impressive, right? To chill, and then when you want to score points, to confidently be able to walk in there and just pull away points. I mean, I've seen teams kind of just chill at first and then try to go in there and get absolutely gobsmacked around the battlefield. But Falcons are just not like that. Now, they did promise us that they were keeping this strategy for the tail end, which is the final week, but they were forced to bring the strategy out a little bit early. And I'm not too surprised at all. This is the global finals at the end of the day. So some of the other teams were putting up a crazy strong fight. I guess they wanted to take it slow, but they didn't expect to really be flushed out at the very start of the competition. But now that they've stepped it out, do you think maybe the other teams have kind of caught up with their strategy?
Well, here's the thing, right? Again, it's about, stopping the strategy, adaptation, and then readapting accordingly. And I think, you know, well, majority of the teams, and one of the teams that you forgot to mention about that upper echelon, Fluxo, is notorious for that. Again, I think that a lot of teams, and especially other regions, are catching up very, very quickly. And as much as we like to believe that the micro mechanics is going to give them a significant advantage towards the very latter half of the game, I think that the macro aspect of it really helps to set yourself up for that big finisher at the very end. Fluxo is a great example of this. They've snuck their ways into Steel Booyahs away and also becoming an MVP, one of the few teams to achieve an MVP and stealing that away from BRU, who've just been dominating the entirety of the knockout stage.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, you know, not enough Booyahs for me, though. They've walked away with 2 Booyahs out of 24 games played. That's way too little for me. And if you want to dominate the final week, we need a little bit more showing. But of course, not everybody can be Buriram. They're the only team to score a Booyah on every single map available for play. No other team has done that on the global finals. And that is just super impressive, right? You know, when I go through all of the teams, their statistics, I was trying to rank out, okay, which team has got what maps as their favorite. And then I look at Buriram. Every single map is a favorite. Every single map is a map where they can hit that Booyah, where they can hit those points. It's all a matter of how many points they can hit. But of course, Buriram, the very exact Buriram, has had a track record in the recent past. Of course, skip the most recent C finals where they did become champions. They have had a little bit of a track record of slipping up on the final day, which, fingers crossed, is not going to be the case this time around, because they're looking for revenge. They're looking to come into Brazil and grab the trophy and drag it back all the way to Thailand.
I mean, honestly, it would set the rivalries ablaze here. The fact that, you know, it was taken away from Southeast Asia, bringing it over, because of course it's going to be BRU, Buriram United, Fluxo. We also have the Corinthians, WAG, Twisted Minds, and RRQ trying to look for those extra points on that final day.
And you know what's crazy? The fact of the matter is, if D-Long did not play on the first week, if D-Long did not come in as the substitute, Buriram would have had more points by the time they ended up the knockout stage. That's what's crazy, but of course, they still managed to walk away with the 11 booyahs and the most number of points. I mean, clear them by more than 100 points at the top of the leaderboard. Insane stuff. Of course, we've got Bigatron Delta, Hua Esports, E1 Sports, Attack All Around, Pain Gaming, as well as Falcons to wrap up the top 12 that have qualified from the knockout stage to play here on the final week for 2 days of Point Rush and, of course, the grand finals. And this will be the exact same rotation of maps that you see each and every single day. Bermuda, Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, Nextera, and we wrap things up by hitting that randomizer for game number 6.
Now, the random maps, of course, everybody is going to love it because at least you have a template of what each of the maps and how the teams are going to be looking to play it all across the board. So it's always a fun time. But keep in mind that the Point Rush stage, the head start points for the finals, depending on their ranking of today, will get these extra points. In first place, it's 10, second, 7, and then third, 5th. From that point onwards, from 4th all the way to 6th, it's 3, 2, and 1. 7th and below don't get any head start points.
And of course, if you do manage to hit that number 1 spot 2 days in a row, you get a total of 20. That's exactly what teams like Buriram are aiming for. But you know, Buriram does not need it as much as the other squads. There's one team that will not be depending on point rush points at all, and that's Team Falcons. They proved it at the Esports World Cup, where they did not snatch the most number of points, but what they did manage to snatch is the biggest size of that prize pool as well as the trophy.
Well, let's look at a couple of stats here, right? As much as Falcons are able to maybe steal it at the very end, they gotta go through the most eliminator, Mr. Jonah himself. Wasn't able to get an MVP, of course, but 75 most eliminations. Highest damage, obviously going over to limit a deadly sniper, but get high as the most assists. I would say extremely underrated player. Everyone on BRU, yes, they have dedicated roles, but when you're looking at eliminations being 9.8, literally 0.2 of a decimal to make it a perfect 10, one of the highest damage and total assists, it's hard to criticize this team.
They are number 1 on all stats, baby. And, you know, to make things even worse for the other squads, when you look at the top dominators, the top slayers of the competition, 2 of their players are in the top 2 spots. Can you imagine that? Jonah in the number 1 spot, Wasana right behind him. And when you've got the top 2 slayers on that exact same team, it's going to be difficult. But of course, teams like Falcon should be able to outdo them. Now, do not let these stats fool you. This is a plan, and they've had this plan for many, many competitions in a row, and they've always pulled it off. They may be ranked 10th in eliminations, 20th in damage, but it means absolutely nothing, because when it comes down to the final week, Falcons play like a totally different monster altogether.
They really do. They really do. But let's bring attention specifically to Nameless and as well as Alan, both of which great players, but especially deadly rushers. Alan in particular being juiced up on the side of WAG, utilizing electrotherapy, which even Twisted Minds decided to pick up halfway through the season when the patch came through. You can see the similarities in a lot of their plays, but the big thing is that Twisted Minds heavily rely on their chemistry and that free flow style of play, the 2-and-2 in comparison to when we look at WAG. You have that one strong mechanical player, send him in, give him as much support as possible.
Oh yeah, no doubt whatsoever. These guys are going to be pretty crazy out there on the battlefield with Cassie. That electrotherapy just pushes you a couple of notches higher, right? It gives you double the life possible, as long as, of course, it is used right by your assist partner right behind you. But it makes your rusher an absolute beast, and that is what Alan is, an absolute beast. Thus far, 42 assists, 50 eliminations. He is the backbone of WAG for sure.
It's really nasty what this team is capable of doing, especially with their rigid structure. However, when we start looking at some of the other teams, we don't see them as, well, in combat as structurally, having strong structural integrity like WAG. Pain, for an example, also very free-flowing. But Corinthians, I would say, was probably the most similar to WAG when they are looking to hunker down in that final zone. We've seen a couple of times where they just lack that extra bit of firepower to get over the edge to achieve the booyah, but a majority of the times managing to get to the final ring.
Yeah, I mean, Corinthians have just been that surprising squad for me, right? And yes, you are correct. They've been very consistent getting into that final circle. Out of 24 games played, 8 of their matches, they were in the top 3. So that is very consistent performance. They have gotten close enough to that Booyah quite a number of times. And close enough is all you need to do at the knockout stage. It's the final week where you actually need to get the job done right. And they have failed quite a number of times, which I'm pretty sure they have learned from. So now's the time to shine.
Absolutely. Take the shackles off. I really want to see teams coming in from the West to really go out for the fight. Most of the time, they're distracted in just one particular direction, and then they start to tunnel vision, which is why Fluxo tends to do a lot better, because they see the full picture, right? But if we're talking about the way that they fight, we got to talk about the top eliminators and the weapons that they are using. Obviously, we know about Jonah, but let's not forget about his teammate Wasana with that Trogon. Recently been picking up a sniper rifle of some sort as a secondary, but MT7 coming in from Fluxo as well, also in just 4 eliminations behind Wasana.
I mean, MT7 is a beast on a whole other level. I used to say Moshi was the best sniper on the global stage, but MT7 has clearly outshined the man. We also have to look at the MVP leaders, and obviously you're going to see a lot of Buriram here thanks to the 11 Booyahs they secured at the knockout stage. But one key highlight here is every single on the top 5 MVP here is from Thailand, and that is what Brazil has got to put up with today. The incessant mentioning of Thailand, they want to put an end to it, and what better place to do it than on home ground?
Yeah, hopefully, you know, that crowd is going to help power them up here for this upcoming map. It's going to be Bermuda, BRU, Falcon, as well as Fluxo being the top 3 as we're going to slowly head on over into this map. Give it up for our host to introduce the map.
Bora decolar Peu, Raja, Kawan 7, porque primeiro mapa é Bermuda, o mapa mais clássico do Free Fire, Yonsu.
Yes, and let's moving on to our first map, Bermuda, a very basic one to start everything from here. Let's go, Camilota!
Os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração, pega sua pipoca, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, we hope you are ready. As usual, we kick the action off on Bermuda. And I just wonder exactly who is going to be starting off our point rush with a phenomenal fashion, right? Walking away with Booyah #1 always pumps your adrenaline up high.
You need to have that momentum, especially on the default. Upon default to maps, Bermuda, everybody knows and loves this map, and we have a slightly skewed flight path headed towards the northern side as it goes from west all the way to east. Let's see who are the first teams who are going to start things off early to start an early engagement.
Corinthians potentially with an opportunity to eat away at Falcons, but it was Peter and one more, the ones that are here to catch them with their pants down. Nando X bleeding out, and Hawk straight away backs out of this engagement. Nike Boy joining him as well. Corinthians want nothing to do with Falcons, and just like that, Falcons take over 2 compound at the same time at the start of this match.
Very good start for them, but as expected, you know, these early engagements comes with its own risks, and the Corinthians knew exactly what they wanted to. But if they can just slow down the rest, and more importantly so, winning this 1v1 might just give them an opportunity to bounce back in this game.
Nike Boy looking for the circle around, but the A124 will be popped by Mr. Karoro. Bison in the hands of Nike Boy, a little bit slower on the fire rate. Karoro fires right back. Has got the P90 in hand to get a majority of the damage done. Good blue wall pulled up, and the flank from Peter will take away the 3rd life from Corinthians, the team that we were highlighting from Brazil. Starting off very rocky here on this game. Hawk now taken down, but thankfully there was a revival. Therefore, Corinthians, they stay alive for the time being.
Well, we cut over to WAG for now. We're going to see how Fluxo is going to try and manage the expectations here. Their sniper is pretty far off. I would only assume that's their sniper for now as they hold down these compounds here by Pochinok. Now, there's plenty of loot in this particular area. Both of these teams could easily just walk away from the scenario, but it's better to see if somebody makes a mistake, somebody makes that very unconventional rush through, if not a misposition.
WAG now knows they have got Fluxo outnumbered. Do they want to go in here for that major flush early game? They don't know who they are up against, but it's very clear they want those points. Butch is in right in front, backed up by Bobs. They've got that electrotherapy working on them. Krillin trying to flank from that right-hand side, long way around. Now, this could be a little bit of a danger here because MT7 might just be that player who's far away, and when he steps on in with that long range, this might just be all over for WAG and Krillin.
Well, let's see. Krillin is going to start it off. He's going to walk up first instantly, getting pinched down. Fluxo, great communication to make sure that Krillin doesn't get much off of this. Barely any damage as well, and I think now Fluxo can start pushing the aggression, forcing them out, and gets on his knees. X-Borg, good coverage as they trade 1-for-1. Gui is the next one to fall here instantly as Cyrus and Allen cut him off from the rest of the options. With Bops on his knees, Buzin has to think, all right, I just need to make sure that they're in line of sight of MT7, but only for so long.
Yeah, MT7 just with that cow fire there, but the man just can't do much. But E1 spots out of nowhere to save Fluxo. WAG in a lot of trouble. Krillin, can you hold on? He does for the time being. Butch is in, down, and Fluxo flushed out early in the game. Unbelievable start here at Bermuda.
Oh my goodness, that's already, it's too brutal already. E1 might have just bailed WAG unintentionally, if not gave them the extra bit of fuel that they needed to force the decision. At this point, WAG could look to recover, but it doesn't look like E1 is going to be hyper aggressive. They're going to slowly clear through to look for these angles first, figure out what direction WAG are going to be doing, whether it's hunkering down or retreating. It looks like it's going to be a retreat, so I expect the chase.
WAG, I don't think they've got enough resources to take this open fight up against E1 Sports, but E1 Sports does not look like a very aggressive team, at least not from that knockout stage that we witnessed. X4, now that cover fire coming through from the rest of his team members, now using the natural defenses available here at Bermuda as cover instead of expanding too many of those glue walls, just enough to shoo away E1 Sports. Smart play by WAG for turning around and firing those shots. Now E1 Sports not going to be bugging them, at least for the time being.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it's a smarter decision for E1 just to kind of sit in these buildings here by Pochinok until the next ring is going to be revealed. They've got plenty of cover to play with. However, it's not like the team is going for a widespread. Instead, just looking for resources and playing around the area to arm themselves up quick, and then maybe deciding after the next ring reveals itself.
This is a fantastic start for Southeast Asia. I cannot say the same for Brazil, who have lost 2 squads already, and 2 of the more promising squads, Corinthians and Fluxo. Fluxo of all teams. Unbelievable what WAG just pulled off, but I have to say that was the beginner's luck for WAG, mainly because MT7 did not have his M82B. He did not have his AWM. If that man had those snipers, I don't think that match would have ended up in that way, and that has been the weakness of Fluxo in the early battles. They have to rehash exactly where they go in here for those drops. If not, it's going to be pretty painful on that championship Sunday.
Well, speaking of these drops, it looks like RRQ is going to be within the area. It looks like Kazu is trying to figure out where the next motion is going to be. At the very least, they have been able to identify where these last rings are going to be most of the time. But let's quickly look at a replay here, because we did see initially what that first drop was between the Corinthians as well as Falcons. Yeah, that's all it took. What? I thought that clip was going to be longer.
Peter is a hack. Peter is a walking hack all on his own. Now, WAG 5 eliminations already, bringing the pain to Pain Gaming. WAG is on a roll, aren't they? Motivate down on the ground as well, all thanks to Allen. 7 eliminations up, and Pain Gaming has got no answers whatsoever. Gets caught between 4 players at the same time. Allen going in for the snuff, but Cyrus finds him from the back. Only one final standing player for the side of Pain Gaming. My goodness, Brazil is in a hell lot of pain at Bermuda here at the start of this point rush.
And it's ironic. I don't know. WAG, they met 2 Brazilian teams already. They've taken a good chunk, and 8 eliminations so early on into the game is an incredible start for them. Not to mention, the next ring is pulled down towards their area on the southern side of this map. We can obviously see Falcons clearly towards the top left in that blue, but let's quickly look over to BRU as they try to take down the members of Hua!
Well, Moshi's just surely doing a number one. That's 2 back to back. Moshi's like, Mustachio, how dare you put MT7 above me? Man just absolutely snuffed out the hopes of Hua Esports, but of course they can go and get those revives. Bigatron Delta were thinking they could get a surprise attack on the team of Buriram United Esports, making that final second U-turn, saying, nope, not today, I guess. And Buriram has got a clear trajectory into this next circle, but what they want to do first is just loot up their opponents that they just took down. Fantastic play as usual from the sniper Moshi.
I just want to say, Moshi, I'm sorry for what AJ said about you previously. He takes back his statements. Like you really showed us what you have there. And honestly, those 2 shots prior to that, literally half a second before that, he was already blowing people's heads off. So now we cut back to Hua, initially taking a good amount of damage from Buriram, but at least they're back to full fighting strength. The circle is already forcing these outside teams like BRU, but also attracting the attention of Bigatron as well towards Pochinok's side. Now, you can play towards the high ground up on the northern side hills where we see Buriram United actually chill by one of the compounds, or you can play towards the lower side where Twisted Minds want to stick around the coast.
Danger zone here for Hua Esports. Buriram already has got the binocular scan on them, scanning out 3 of their players, and they are not skipping a beat with a beeline straight for Hua Esports, but this might just be trouble awaiting them as Bigatron Delta finds and spots them out as well. Might go in here to say hello. Twisted Minds just saw the teams of Buriram walking past them. Now they might just pull a strike from the back, and this could just do Buriram in, but let's see exactly who takes the cake here. Wasana with the spray, with the Groza from a far angle. Yanbin goes down once again. Hua on the back foot.
TR gonna have to try their best here as they get locked out. They managed to knock them down, and Wasana also taking out death at this point of time, which this is really, really uncomfortable for Hua at this point because they don't have a choice on where they can. BRU is pushing them on one side, is taking pot shots at them, and honestly, for BTR, they're more than happy to take this fight. They wanted the compound anyway.
Yeah, Buriram, they pushed the opponents, Hua Esports, straight into the hands of Bigatron Delta, and what I thought was a mistake initially from Koja instantly turned that around with a shotgun. Now Hua Esports has got one final survivor here, leaving Buriram and Bigatron Delta at a standoff. I am a tad bit surprised that Twisted Minds did not strike. Now it looks like they're trying to play possum, trying to be very, very silent with their defensive spot, hoping and praying that they get the next circle. Let's see if they are blessed. Well, technically they are not too far of a travel. The problem here for Twisted Minds is there's not a lot of cover as they try to head on into this next circle. And this is once again, like, you know what, the conversation we started off earlier with, the benefits of being one of the first few into that circle. You get a defensive spot.
Yep, and that's the beauty of it. But the worst part of the scenario is that there's a lot of open area. Like, if you're not within the area or even Mars Electrical, you're depending on natural cover, but it doesn't beat a concrete wall, which I think a lot of teams will be very happy to hide behind. Now, Twisted Minds have a couple of options. They could go for a anti-clockwise road towards that northern side to get into Pochinok, or they can have to go through the southern side where WAG is currently on the lower half on the southern side of Pochinok. Either way, there's going to be some form of resistance. The question is, how much presence do they want to show?
Saming needs to shine right here, right now. He needs to deal with Moshi before the rest of the Twisted Minds player makes their rotation in to look for a defensive spot. But I actually like this play a little bit better. Twisted Minds squeezing into this next circle, at least on the very edge of it, not looking for a defensive compound just yet, using the natural terrain as cover, at least to avoid engagement initially with the players on the side of Buriram. The problem is if anybody rotates from towards their left-hand side, this is going to be a problem, and that team that could just be a pain in their neck is E1 Sports.
Let's see how this is going to play out first. Pain is coming in from Mars Electrical. It doesn't look like they're going to have to make that eastern side rotation like you mentioned, but For now, the fact that they only have 2 members doesn't really mean that they want to get into a fight anyways. However, WAG and as well as Attack All Around, plus Falcons on the northern side, WAG on the southern side, just making sure that these POIs are going to be watched. Overpoints will come in handy for a lot of these teams who have taken damage, but at the same time, it also means free points for those who camp it. Oh.
Well, all thanks to Bigatron, showing us a little bit of what the Dinoculus can do. 2 players from the side of Falcons and 1 from Attack All Around on that revive, hopping on into that circle, showing Bigatron Delta that there are some opponents who are on their way in. Now, Hua Esports going to have a scan out there as well, exposing their side as they make their way in. Bigatron is just playing all-out info. Falcons trying to gatekeep the players off Attack All Around. All-out tie battle at this point of time, and that blue is doing a hell lot of damage on the players of Attack All Around. Peter trying to hold on to that left-hand side flank. Kororo with the Bison trying to circle around, but the waves of blue walls here stopping him. Dead in his tracks, and it will be the Riptide Rhythm, exposing each and every single one of those players. Kororo and Peter down. RRQ showing out of nowhere, and the Riptide Rhythm of Doom puts both of the Thai teams in trouble.
Oh no, they're making this. Oh man, Attack All Around gets eliminated. And RRQ will also take out the Falcons in one fell swoop. Incredible motion. 9 eliminations in the bag for them as we cut on over to Twisted Minds and as well as BRU, both having the same idea of how to actually play this. But I'm not sure how much damage they've already put towards BRU's side. The fact that Get High is already forced back into a corner seems like Twisted Minds may have the superior position, as WAG going to be coming from that southern east side to try and make something happen, and Twisted Minds get out of there fast.
Once again, I'm not a fan of this final second circle dwellers, as WAG now being pressured by the blue, but they're making good pace here, looking for that circle. Buriram right outside their doors. WAG needs to be really careful with the approach here. Just meeting Get High, and what a catch from the back, Allen, with the Rebel Rush Tatsuya on the play, takes out one of the key players of Buriram.
Well, for now, getting into the last moments of these games, they need to figure out end game positions, look for their god spots as much as possible, and they've already found a couple. Twisted Minds having the bottom floor, it's a little dangerous because you never know when the last ring comes in. Oh, 5th ring already revealed as we move on towards that 6, and there's an awkward amount of terrain as they find another BRU member, eliminating them in 7th.
And that's exactly how the cookie crumbles, baby. WAG on fire. But of course, it was Twisted Minds to take out the final remaining player on the side of Buriram United Esports. Now, we just lost yet another Brazilian squad. Not the way to start, as this teams, they are playing on their home ground. But one final team, and all hope lies on them. E1 Sports, 4-man strong. They could just walk away with the booyah if they play this right. Bigatron Delta now trying to avoid the majority of the action. They have to smash out player after player. Nameless goes down. Exposy follows up as well. Egal on fire as he fights Diamond. One final survivor on the side of Twisted Minds, and Bigatron Delta smashing every one of them.
Making sure that each one of these shots count. I call good headshots to really turn this fight over, and eliminating the Twisted Minds here. He made it look easy, but those shots are so difficult to connect at that close range. However, they don't have control over the bottom floor as well as the roof. They're going to be sitting on this second, hoping that they can hold out and maybe look for some more eliminations, as we see RRQ having to deal with E1 on the bottom floor.
RRQ just getting away from the thick of the action. Very smart defensive play coming through from the veteran Indonesian squad. Bigatron Delta in the thick of the action between E1 Sports and WAG. Who gets out of this house first is potentially going to be the victim of a lot of gunfire. Vetin now with the glue wall melters, courtesy to break down the defenses of WAG. WAG not looking to be the silly ones to get into an engagement just yet. Abay from up top. FGL shot straight to the wall and one through the window. A sharp shooter this man is.
Everybody is just lining up to take their turn at WAG, which is the only team that's chilling on the outside other than RRQ, but there's not a lot of angles looking towards their direction. At this point, WAG is totally fine. They can wait until the very couple last moments. The question is, man on the roof eventually needs to fall, but it's RRQ's very own Abe sitting on that top side. So now they've got a bit of a pinch against whoever decides to walk out first, and it looks like BTR is going to make that first motion.
Indonesia. Oh, what a great start. And now Bigatron Delta losing the first player here. Abe, what a headshot from afar. Great follow-up coming through. Pau with the M82B, the best weapon to hold in this sort of a circle. Krillin though, Pau caught him off guard. Krillin gets taken out. WAG with a long rotation around, meeting RRQ from the back. This now is all of a sudden a troublesome spot for the players of RRQ.
Yep, and WAG, I think even for them, as long as they keep changing their positions, it's going to be difficult, but they're attracting a lot of fire to themselves. Everybody doesn't want to engage anymore as they know that there's only 4 squads left, and they have a man down, but they still push on through. They managed to find Abe. Duets is able to trade as well as get one more.
One more player left here for WAG. No pickup coming on through just yet. Allen barricading himself in. Final second, he gets snuffed out. Runs out of his defense. Export not picked up. Allen with a sliver of health. WAG gets eliminated. No booyah for you. E1 Sports though, they still have a good chance. Can they pick up the final few pieces here for Brazil? Although the rest of their brothers did falter. RRQ preying on their own Indonesian brothers. Vision steals one away from outside. Koja gets sprayed down. E1 Sports, they are taking the fight to Southeast Asia. Ma'al defends himself with a couple of glue walls right in front of him. Now the one on top of the roof, he's going to be tagged up by all of the blues damage, and RRQ just does not have enough firepower to deal with E1 Sports. Ma'al runs out in the final few seconds, and E1 Sports says, hell no, booyah is for Brazil.
Oh my goodness, E1, well done. Well done. I think most people were going to be leaning towards the Caribbeans as well as Fluxo, but those 2 squads got knocked out, and E1 took the mantle, played that inner circle so very, very well, forcing teams into each other and making sandwiches along the way to enjoy the ride.
Fun fact, E1 Sports had nada booyahs. They had no booyahs whatsoever in the knockout stage. But who cares? As long as you get it done when it matters the most. Here at Point Rush, it sure as hell matters. When their big brothers Fluxo, when their big brothers Corinthians faltered, E1 Sports said no problem. I still have the flag and I will bring it to the final circle. And what a finisher. This was no luck. They did it all on their own, and Brazil must be proud. Let's throw the cameras right back to our host and see exactly what the players have to say for themselves.
Primeiro buia brasileiro aqui na Arena Carioca. Estreamos em grande estilo aqui, meus amigos. Que felicidade ser brasileiro no dia de hoje. E surpreendentemente, vindo da U1, meus parabéns, Pão, por esse momento. A gente vai seguir aqui na entrevista. Yusu, please go ahead.
Thank you, Carol. First of all, congratulations on your first Booyah E1 Esports. You guys are really great in our previous game. So may I ask that, to be considered as the dark horse from Brazil country, so do you have any thoughts about this? Like, do you assume this is a right thing about you, that you're going to become a dark horse and like approve yourself in everything here?
Perfeito. A primeira pergunta dela foi muito mais direcionada pela fase classificatória de vocês no Brasil, né? E ela sabe que vocês tiveram um dia totalmente atípico na final e aí conseguiram se classificar, mesmo não conseguindo ter uma classificação boa. E ela quer saber quais são o seu maior pensamento em relação a isso e o que você tem a dizer, de fato, para o ano passado e para o ano desse momento agora.
Tipo, a gente usa muito a final para dar tudo que a gente tem. A classificatória a gente testa bastante coisa. Tipo, a gente teve troca de jogadores. Então é isso, a classificatória a gente usa mais para fazer o jogo para a final, porque o que realmente importa é a final. A gente levou 2 pontos para a final do Brasil e conseguiu vir para o Mundial. Então vamos tentar somar o máximo de pontos agora para a final do Mundial, para conseguir levar o título para casa.
So basically, during the knockout stage, we use any kind of strategy, so we understand that we are the dark horses, but we did the best job we could, and of course it's not about to be lucky, it's about to be consistent and to trust our team.
Nice mindset, and I bet you're
Vocês terminaram a fase classificatória e o knockout stage na 9ª colocação e sem nenhum bui, vocês já começaram aqui muito bem. Eu quero saber aí qual que foi a maior estratégia. So, you guys finished the knockout stage in the 9th position and you didn't get any buoy. So I would like to know what was the main strategy for you guys get the first buoy here.
Ah, nós gostamos mesmo quando o bicho tá pegando, do jeito que nós gostamos de jogar. Nós gostamos de jogar sob pressão, couro comendo, aí nós dá tudo de si e sempre dá certo. Na final também, a gente tinha pouco buia na fase classificatória também lá no Brasil e demos buia na final, então é um jogo que a gente gosta de jogar isso, bagulho pegado.
We like to play under pressure, so the pressure helped us a lot. Basically, in the Free Fire World Series Brazil, we didn't get any buoys. We get like not as much as we would like to get, but right now we are very confident and we are here to be the winners. So, yeah.
Love it.
The words from Pão. Muito obrigada, Pão. Parabéns pelo primeiro buio aí. Pode comemorar, o sentimento aqui é de felicidade. Vamos de melhores momentos agora pra gente lembrar tudo que aconteceu nessa primeira partida. Please just
Thank you, Carol. So this is the end of our interview. And again, congratulations to E1 Esports, you guys.
Obrigado,
so good. And now let's head back to our caster and watch the highlights. Bye-bye.
Just when you thought it was all over for Brazil, E1 Sports says, calm down, brothers, not yet. Walks away with the first booyah of the day to make that home ground a tad bit more proud. But of course, the Hornets' nest has been stirred already. Quite a number of top dogs got taken out pretty early. And I wonder if this is just going to make them go over the top here at Purgatory shortly.
I feel like it might just push them to the edge, of course, because again, it's important to start the day with a bit of momentum and carry it through past these next 5 maps. But I think generally, I'm happy that E1 Sports was very involved from early game all the way to the last half of the game as well. They influenced a lot of the rotations happening around Pochinok and as well as within inside of Pochinok as well. And honestly, this very last fight, I got genuinely concerned for them because again, I'm not seeing a lot of Trogons. They're going out with the double barrels as well as micro Uzis, but it works out perfectly because RRQ had to deal with their Indonesian brothers before they had to face off against E1.
Yeah, and it's unbelievable that Razor actually started patching himself back up instead of getting involved in that final sequence of battle. He should have just bet everything on getting the eliminations instead of going in here for the medkit healing gameplay, because obviously the center of the circle was nowhere close to him. So a little bit of a misplay here for RRQ, but in the grand scheme of things, it was a tremendous setup for RRQ. I will not forget how they smashed 2 teams all at one go earlier on, and Falcons totally did not see that coming. It was 2 Thai teams on top of everything else. So this is the threat that I talked about, that Indonesia, that RRQ can bring into the competition, and they've showed a little bit of that. But of course, the MVP for game number 1 is none other than Vitin XP with the 3 eliminations, 2,248 on the damage. Obviously, these numbers are not too crazy. We cannot expect craziness from E1 Sports, but I hope I can expect consistency.
Well, here's the thing. When it comes down to consistency, a lot of their success really just came down to where the ring was pulling towards to, and it kept circling around Pochinok. I want to believe that E1 is able to reproduce this performance again if the ring was pulling away from them. I want to see how they will actually want to maintain it, because the last couple of times we saw them during the knockout stage, the rotations were a little bit shaky, but if they can just sit down and hunker, I think these Brazilian teams do very, very well.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we were looking at who can wave their flag up high and proud. And obviously, it's Brazil. But as far as the eliminations go, they're not going to be too happy about that. A total of 5 eliminations between the 2 Vitins. And of course, if you look at Igwin and Pau, a total of 2 from them. So 7 eliminations plus the 12th from the Booyah gets them a total of 19 points to start the day, which is not too shabby, but they are obviously going to have their number 1 spot overtaken by another squad.
Well, let's look at some of the key players who influenced that game. Number 1, WAG. Alan, of course, coming in big time for the early game especially, but then even BTR getting involved. Just notice the fact that these teams were very pivotal during the mid game. Those rotations being made by RRQ, BTR, and even E1 kind of hunkering down in the spot that they were really forced them to play around along the outskirts of Pochinok until we got to that very 5th ring. Then they realized, oh boy, we have no choice. We must go for the full engagement. If we get some verticality, that'll be nice, but that exposes us to everybody in the buildings.
elimination leaders, two very sneaky squads, RRQ and WAG, the ones that are keeping their heads down low all throughout the knockout stage, are here to finally show what they're truly capable of. And RRQ sneaking away the #1 spot even without that booyah, 14 eliminations strong. And right behind them stands WAG with 11 eliminations. Wow. Although E1 Sports did manage to secure the booyah, this is going to be outdone by the other squads if they do not step up their firepower as well as eliminations gameplay. Bigatron Delta making Indonesia proud as well. Now in the top 5, you've got 2 Indonesian squads. Guess what? Those are the only 2 Indonesian squads here.
Oh man, I don't know. I feel like it's risky. I feel like I want to be. Let's fight in the early game, right? But then we saw what exactly happened to a couple of the Brazilian teams, and even when we start rotating in like one quarter, the third ring in particular, where we saw like BRU, BTR, and even Falcons getting involved. Sorry, not Falcons. Twisted Minds getting involved with each other. These small aggressive plays, holding down by Pochinok, really just goes to show that like finding out where that very last ring is by far the most important, because again, that's where you can see RRQ really take advantage of that outer ring. If anybody decides to play and engage for too long, then you're just gonna get swept under the rug and just become free points.
Yeah, of course, it was total, sheer luck that RRQ bumped into 2 teams doing battle at the same time. But the way they executed those 2 squads, the timing of that Riptide rhythm, the connection, exactly where they aimed that Riptide rhythm, all of that was planned to perfection, and RRQ just swiped the floor with 2 teams at the same time who were not expecting them to be there at all, right? So, truly phenomenal how they did that, how they went into the final circle sequence, and even if they didn't walk away with the booyah, even though they made a mistake in that final sequence, going for the medkit gameplay instead of the eliminations, it's still a triple star game for them after, I would not say struggling, after studying throughout the whole knockout stage and laying low. Now, this is definitely one of the bigger threats out there that Brazil has to fear, but consistency has always been a problem here for Indonesia, especially RRQ. So I guess Brazil can take a break with that. But of course, we are going to take a quick short break here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, before we start off game number 2 at Purgatory. Don't you go anywhere. We'll catch up with you guys in just a little bit.
Kaspersky's now in Free Fire. Get Kaspersky Plus and score an exclusive skin. With the most powerful antivirus, plus tools like unlimited VPN, gamer mode, and a password manager, you'll secure that booyah in style. Don't sleep on this. Keep your devices safe and play safe with Kaspersky.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's take a look at who dominates this map usually. No surprise whatsoever. 3 booyahs courtesy of Bermuda United Esports, the team that clunked out early on Bermuda earlier on. But of course, Purgatory should expect a little bit more heat from Brazil once again, as Corinthians, one of the top 3 teams here as well. apologies, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors. I know you are impatient. You want to wait for Purgatory, but it looks like you gotta wait a little bit longer. We are having some troubles hopping on into this matchup. Looks like one of the players needed to use the washroom, so we're gonna take a couple of extra minutes to fill your heads in with information about Purgatory. Now, like we were shining the spotlight on earlier, it was Buriram, Twisted Minds, as well as Corinthians that usually dominate here. And the surprising thing is, although Buriram has got 3 booyahs, Twisted Minds on that second spot has got no booyahs whatsoever, but still better than Corinthians, who do have a booyah in hand. They've got more points.
They've definitely got more points here, and I think, you know, especially when we're talking about the way that they're doing it and the way that the meta is kind of shaping itself right now, it's really important. Of course, Tatsuya is going to be one of the most used characters, but a huge rise in Cassie in particular is great. But the most impactful one that we've seen so far is how you place your Skylar. Whenever you are dropping down that Riptide rhythm, you got to make sure that it's at the apex in the middle of the fight where it has the most amount of glue walls possible, or the direction of which the fight is leading into. Similarly to how we saw RR Cube wipe out 2 teams, Falcons, and as well as attack all around, because they waited until the very apex of the fight to be able to turn things around really quick. Plus, of course, we won't forget about the passive skills of Joseph, Nairi, and as well as Moko, but it really depends on the players and how they want to utilize it, but these are the most used.
And of course, no surprises here whatsoever to see Joseph, the most used character out there ever since A124, and all of those homers have been disrupting the pace of the game. You want to bring Joseph in just so that you don't get slowed down. Nairi, surprisingly, is still one of the most abused characters out there, although there was a nerf on him in the recent patch. Moko, no doubts whatsoever, she is going to be needed for those sharpshooters from afar, just so that the opponents have a slim chance of getting away. On the pet section, on the other hand, this is not going to change for a while until, of course, we get a major meta update on the pets. R1 with his Dinoculus is a menace as he continuously exposes the positions of all of the other squads.
Of course, and not only to forget but it's just Beastland as well, one of my personal favorites. I love lobbing these nades, and getting that extra bit of distance always feels really good, because it enables you to go in you can ricochet your nades in very optimal angles. And let's not forget about Dreki at the very end, but generally, when we're talking about meta, some things don't change, and the Trogon, despite it being like, hey, let's take away some of its impact, you know, let's reduce the amount of launchers that you actually have. Nah. Trogon is just such an effective weapon, but if we're talking about cost efficiency, the Woodpecker easily in second.
Okay, absolutely, and of course the AWM there as well. If we had the 4th spot, I'm pretty sure we would see the M82B, and obviously a lot of these players out there, they don't have a choice as to what weapon they pick up as soon as the game starts, which is the main reason why they have to, no matter what, avoid these early encounters with the other squads. Fluxo would have not gone down early if only MT7 had one of his snipers on hand. That wasn't the case. MT7, one of the best snipers, and, you know, obviously standing toe-to-toe with Moshi at this point of time. I would love to see an all-out sniper showdown before this final week is over between these two boys.
That'd be a fun time, honestly. You know what? Throw Limit in there as well, right? You know, throw all the best snipers, Explore, throw them all in there to see what that would look like. Who would have the better time? Generally, I mean, yes, you want to rely on your snipers to be able to kind of, you know, save you from these tough spots sometimes, but I think that for a lot of the teams, especially for Southeast Asian teams, there's a very big focus on how many members do you have, where exactly is your sniper, because once they've identified where your sniper is, that's when a lot of problems start to form. They break your battle lines, they break your structure, cut you off from line of sight, and then it becomes a 3v4, so you can never leave your sniper too far behind.
Hold up, Garena. Are those custom gaming chairs that I see here for the Global Final? What in the world? I want that chair! Garena, whoever who's there in Brazil right now, y'all better fly back to Singapore first, and of course then Malaysia with that chair for me. There's no way in hell. I don't know. I'm signing a petition right now for the casters all to get one of these chairs.
Oh boy, these chairs are looking real mighty nice. I got wide shoulders, and I feel like, you know, looking at some of the RRQ members, our shoulders are roughly the same. Like, I think it should look real nice. Wait, it's even got like the little knives at the edge of the side. Sorry, small details.
It's always about the final details in life, man. WAG is playing possum throughout the whole knockout stage, especially in the second week. They started off week 1 Oh my mama, what an explosive run that was for them. And of course, in week 2, they slowed that pace down. Nobody else could measure up to what they did. They hit those 3 booyahs, 193 points, doing better than teams like Twisted Minds, Fluxo, Attack All Around, just a couple of steps behind Buildup United. And of course, everybody's a few steps behind Buildup United Esports all the time. But for a Vietnamese team to get that done, after being considered as one of the, if not the weakest region on the global stage, I think WAG is really making up for lost time and all of those lost opportunities in the past. They're really making the nation proud.
I mean, even when we bring it back to Southeast Asia, a lot of the interviews, especially from some of the Vietnamese teams, and even a couple of Thai teams, they've mentioned that WAG is pretty nasty. I don't know what the scrims have been looking like, but based off of those interviews, I can only assume that they've been doing especially well in those types of lobbies, which begs the question, right? In the final, well, you know what? It looks like we're about to head into the game, so I'll save these points while at the snipers for a little bit later, as we're going to be throwing it over to our host to introduce you our second map and lead us into that flight path. So good luck to all of our teams as we start heading into this.
Bora decolar, vamos para Purgatório, nem céu, nem inferno, é Purgatório isso.
Yes, and Purgatory, we are the second map, and I'm so happy to see our game, how it's gonna be like, because the first game is already intense enough, right, Camilota?
É, bora decolar porque os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração, pega a sua pipoca doce, que a decolagem foi autorizada!
Well, now we go into our very second map of the day. The place between life and death, and where we've seen teams dominate. Can they reproduce their success here in game number 2 of the Point Rush stage, day number 1 here at Purgatory? I'd like to see that flight path, and it looks like it's very generous.
Amen. Generous indeed. WAG picking on Crossroads. But Fluxo, you got some trouble on standby here at Marble Works. Now the boys on the side of Fluxo dropping, spread out over Quarry as well as Golf Course. Jonah and Moshi looks like they have already spotted out Bob. So this is going to be early trouble for Team Fluxo. And of course, on the other side of the screen, we also see Hua Esports in the heated battle up against Attack All Around at Brasilia. We are off to another heated start here on the day 1 of Point Rush.
And the first very ring is going to be towards the eastern side of the map. However, I think it's interesting because now that Fluxo has taken over Marbleworks, which is usually where we would expect RRQ to land first, they're forced down further south on the bottom side island. But let's quickly look at the potential engagement coming in from Falcons against the Corinthians once again. Both of these teams met each other in map number 1 by Bermuda. It might just happen again, and I think that the Corinthians understand maybe we don't have the firepower, so let's chill for a couple of moments, quickly loot up, and then maybe make that decision later down the line.
Corinthians, they don't really have the best of loots out there in the open. And what's up against them is the fact that they actually have open grounds to deal with here. This is trouble for sure. And on the other side of things, you also have Bigatron Delta, but a great start by Nike Boy. Gets the headshot with the VSK. Takes out a player from the side of Falcons. Now that's one less problem to deal with. But if Bigatron Delta now circles on in to hunt down for points, this could just be a little bit of unnecessary trouble for Corinthians.
Yeah, but I mean, they were aware of the random member in BTR Delta, but the fact is, Nike Boy finding 2 eliminations towards Falcon's side, that was their biggest problem. The fact that they didn't have the main compound here, and the fact that they've taken out 2, they are more than eager to actually flush them out of this area to be able to find the rest of the loot, and maybe even look to punish Falcons even more. Maybe play that bully play style where they kind of hunt them down, let them go for the revives to accumulate more points.
They are on the hunt for sure, not allowing Falcons any space to recover. Now RRQ looking to cut off the rotation by Falcons. It looks like it's going to be an early end here. One more tagged up by Duts. And a sliver of health left. Oh, Mala! He's fired upon by Karoro, and one more at the same time. AC-80 in the hands of the one and only one more. But unfortunately for Karoro, he's going to get knocked down, and it's Nike Boy of all people. 3 eliminations in a row for him. One more fires right back. Nike Boy still standing. Omala circles around and Hawk will find it. Nike Boy shuts down one more. A quad elimination for this man as we start this game off. Corinthians on fire. And this was that Hornet's Nest I talked about. Others stirring. Corinthians, they want some revenge.
Oh my goodness, Nike Boy single-handed, well, obviously with the help of his team, but taking all 4 of those eliminations on a VSS of all weapons. And the funny part is that the rest of his team didn't even bother handing him an upgrade. They just took the rest of the loot as we quickly look on over to Pain, having to deal with Hua, already caught in a very close quarters. Now Riptide Rhythm gonna be thrown down to clear that off as Hua quickly takes over the structure. On the outside, Peter XL is gonna try his best to take as many as possible, but Noda must maintain aggro here. Keep the attention as they push and pull. Goose finds one into Triken, looking for a second onto Yanbin. Perfectly played by Pain.
An attack all around, just watching all of this breakdown. And they're trying to go in here for the right-hand side flank. Get that high ground advantage up against both of these squads. But are they going to be a little bit too late to this party? Because it looks like Pain Gaming is absolutely smashing Hua Esports. Death trying to get away. And he is the best player on their side to get all of these eliminations. Attack all around on the approach. And they might just save Hua Esports here. Unless, of course, they're the first ones to spot him out. Guerrero runs past him. Nobody spots the man out just yet. And Pain Gaming are now in a little bit of trouble. Hua with a sneak. He's taking a shower. You can't disturb a man when he's taking a shower, bro.
Yeah, that'd just be disrespectful. Wait, there's one more attack all around member. Is he gonna go around the compound? Yes, he is. So they have no idea. How does Death keep doing this? From the knockout stage till now, it's ridiculous how good he is at hide and seek.
Well, Death is the best player from the side of Hua Esports for a good reason. And attack all around has now shooed away his opponents. But Death, is this a little bit too early? Well, he's gonna count on his lucky stars here as he rushes towards a vending machine for the revival. Ekal, on the other hand, VSK in hand will knock down Nike Boy. Igwin takes out Pain. E1 Sports preying on their Brazilian brothers, and it looks like Pain Gaming in a hell lot of pain at this point in time, losing 2 players at the very same time. Death brings Shin back in the house. Nike Boy back up on his feet, and it looks like no elimination for the side of Bigatron.
Not just yet here, as they have to go for the full engagement. They've already taken down an Adox Mala. Mala is the next to fall. Nike Boy, he doesn't have the space. He needs custom grenades to stop him as they rush him down. One with the Bison, doesn't find the second. Bigatron Delta sweep them up real quick as they get 5 eliminations of their own. Huge points for BTR Delta.
My goodness. Bigatron Delta did not give Corinthians a chance to breathe at all in that ambush. 5 eliminations strong, but it looks like Corinthians are somewhere on the battlefield, surviving with one more player. We'll have to catch up with them in a little bit. This is the replay, though, for any one of you guys, and in fact, all of you guys missed out this action earlier on as to how Bigatron caught Peter with his pants down. MP40 could do nothing as Goja just took the Trogon straight to his chest.
Wait, actually, now that Falcons are gone, BTR, if they want to play a similar style to Falcons, which they've been known to do, and challenging them on the outside inside of the blue, technically they can play the exact same strat that the Falcons have for God knows how long. But let's quickly start looking at the peaks. We're on the northeastern side where we see Twisted Minds, and honestly not too far away was WAG. I'm not sure if they're rotating into them. Ah, yes they are. And that UAV is going to spot them out, and Twisted Minds decide, you know what, let's chill for a little bit, we're gonna have to have a very, very long trek to get towards Marbleworks, where the next ring is centered around.
My God, this is a lot of space to cover for teams like Twisted Minds, and obviously WAG, the ruthless WAG, in their path is going to be a tad bit of a difficult team to take on before they can get over to this next circle. Jonah and squad, on the other hand, pretty comfortable in this next defensive spot alongside Fluxo, RRQ, and E1 Sports. 2 out of 4 Brazilian teams inside. And it looks like E1 Sports are cutting the distance between themselves as well as Buildup United Esports. Are we going to see an early showdown?
We might just see an early showdown here. But at the same time, I'm curious. Oh, WAG, they knew. They spot out the members. Are they trying to set up? I mean, Krillin is left on low ground here, while the rest of WAG might look to wrap around the Twisted Minds. But they should be able to hear footsteps real soon, as Diamond and Nameless are going to take that front line. They like to play that 2-2, just to have one support with each one of their members to start fragging out. Now, inside the blue, war is about to begin. Alan looking for that first headshot could change everything, and here comes Diamond turning in the corner around, but he's quickly pinched down, isolating the fight quickly with the electrotherapy, saves his life as Alan brings his own electrotherapy to try and lobotomize his opponent. Alan, with a double barrel, hoping to make sure he can kill him. Quick, Diamond, the first to fall with the help of that Trogon, and X4 comes in quickly to support Alan, finds the next one, Exposy, the next to fall to his knees. Diamond is able to find one back, but it's not enough here. Time Turner as well being dropped down to buy a little bit of time. Wait, no, this might actually turn around. Diamond is doing well. It's 2 for 2 as they're looking to try and close this out. Diamond finds Alan to take him out for elimination points, but now the showdown continues. They look at each other's glue walls and thinking, how do we outplay this?
Yeah, a life-saving glue wall for sure on the side of Twisted Minds moments ago. Diamond placing an accurate one just in the nick of time to save himself. But now as he tries to get away, WAG going for the smash onto his final partner here. Buriram and Fluxo, on the other hand, a early showdown between these two giants. One from Thailand, one from Brazil. Who will survive? Who will be champions of this global finals? Riptide Rhythm on the roof, disabling Wasana instantaneously. Jonah, on the other hand, trying to cut down a little bit of distance with his grenades. And an MT7 with the glue wall will try to stay out of the battle for the time being. Now this battle split by this house, and on each side stands these two squads.
It's squad v squad right now, a 4v4. We still haven't seen a singular knock. All Yuto. Mochi finds the very first blood here. Being blown off the head. Gets a second and bops as well. They found all 3, eliminating Fluxo so fast after the util was finally exhausted. Fluxo, they positioned themselves at the back of Marbleworks, following the footsteps of BRU, and they wanted to punish them. Did not find it.
Is this a preview of what could just happen by the time we get to Championship Sunday here at the Global Finals Free Fire World Series? Potential upset here at Brazil, as Thailand looks like they are dominating, the most dominating squad out of Brazil.
Oh, now the next ring pulling towards Marbleworks. These rings have not been very, very generous. It's not like they're giving too much chance. Wherever that first ring lands seems to be where that final ring is going to be. We look back at Twisted Minds on the north side. Still, they're alive, but they got Exposy back at least outside of the blue. On south side, the Corinthians taking a lot of pain from Pain Gaming, but Attack All Around will have to face a lot of resistance with E1, RRQ, and BTR, the in-team, the in-circle trifecta right now, holding strong.
Fluxo in the earlier game only scored 2 points, and in this game not many points to scream about, so the Brazilian Giants have to find some sort of recovery here for sure. Point rush in the current format is very, very crucial, especially if you're capable of picking up the most number of points within a day, 2 days in a row, for pretty much guaranteeing yourself a good spot at the grand finals, potentially even the championship trophy as a whole. But speaking of championship trophy, Exposy taking a hell lot of damage and a lot of risk trying to find the revival for his team members, but the man is broke.
Yeah. Is there a point out there? I'm not 100% sure from the last time I looked at the map, but we do see that some of the members, at least the ones on the outside from the Corinthians, being hunted down and taken out. They're gonna have to play for positioning for now. Ooh, RQ's got a pretty good spot in the ring. Attack All Around, I'm not too sure just yet, under the assumption that BRU don't head down to the southern side, but I think that E1 is in a really dangerous position. They're playing around the canisters, they're working with a couple of glue walls, which will eventually expire. I'm expecting expecting BTR and as well as attack all around to eventually start moving up, but let's wait for the blue to close first before they make that decision.
Yeah, it's either a really dangerous position or a damn good position, because anybody that wants to storm their front will have to traverse through open grounds, which just puts them in the line of sight of all the other teams that are in the thick of this action here. 10 more teams alive as we head on into Circle 5 shortly. 27 more seconds. And look at the number of team members from Hawaii Esports all getting taken out by the circle. And at the same time, Twisted Minds having a full squad revival. The man was broke. He used a revival platform. What in the world? We have not seen that in such a long time.
I mean, amen, brother. At least Twisted Minds are still in it as attack all around, initiate onto RRQ's compound. They want to fight for some space. Jump God is going quickly, try and cut them off from that entrance as Maal has the glue walls to kind of safely create some distance between them. The Corinthians get eliminated in the meantime as Maal is trying to look for a flank angle. Abe holding that front line perfectly, denying them that space, but the back line is now getting cut off and they have to make it work through. Poon God is found and Jump God as well, eliminating them real quick as the back line gets eliminated. RRQ crumble.
Attack all around, getting instant revenge here at Purgatory after what RRQ pulled on them earlier on. E1 spot. Don't tell me Buriram is about to shut down 3 Brazil teams at the same time in a row. My goodness, Wasana with the first knock coming on through, written down on the ground. Pow 7, get high, takes all of them out, heats them for breakfast, and then orders lunch and dinner. 3 Brazilian squads wiped out by Buriram.
And here comes attack all around. Instant response here. Cougar is not giving them any time to try and get the loot. He's lobbing the nades as soon as possible to maybe clip some of them. But BRU able to reposition themselves back out. They want to fight against attack all around. Keep in mind, they are still missing a member. Not sure if they're able to get the revive or they have enough currency to do so. But attack all around with a man advantage, keeping BRU on the outside. And Cougar currently, most grenades used at 9.
Well, Jonah, the top fragger of Buriram United Esports, is out of the equation already, but Wasana is still there, and he is the threat. Get high with that cast. He should be able to back him up solid. Limit now tagged up by that ice grenade. Moshi with the M82B in hand does not have a clear line of sight to punish the players on the side of attack all around. Those grenades are going to have to do it for the time being. Glue wall melter is going to be laid out first just to take the defenses down. Attack all around knows exactly what's awaiting them, but Twisted Mind on our screens as well. Oh, Wasana! Wrong timing, runs into that shotgun of Jump God, and that Drogon will spray the man down.
That's so unlucky. The wheel of the monster truck blocked his line of sight because in his third-person view angle, oh my goodness, he didn't see the feet. It was too late to react to it. And now BRU on the outside. It's going to be really tough for them to zone in because attack all around. Their next motion, they've already gotten taxed a bit, but it really doesn't matter if they keep on pushing from the north side. We quickly look into the center of the circle. Pain will have to deal with the rest of WAG inside the compound. Oh, they quickly drop 3 walls straight away, but the Red-Tide Rhythm is doing so much work as they met through. Krillin and Allen take 2 for 2 easily as the rest of the members on the outside quickly fall. Now they have to look up because Motiva on the top side was able to at least damage 1, but it doesn't matter with the help of the electrotherapy. Very good response, and Allen hops on up to finish Pain off. It's attack all around up against WAG, corner to corner.
Yeah, bye-bye Brazil, says WAG, and WAG 2 times in a row they are in that final circle showdown. Can they walk away with a booyah this time round? The man, he wrapped around the players on the side of attack all around. Cougar with those shots through the window, none of them finding the connection. WAG tries to get on out. Poon God spots out that play, rushes on in with the Drogon and gets sprayed down onto the ground by Allen. A beautiful revenge by WAG. Allen with a backstab. Cougar hops around. WAG says no. Booyah for Vietnam.
Oh my goodness. That was ridiculous. That was an insane play. Dropping the portal go, taking that top end, dropping down to instantly initiate the rush without thinking about even trying to block it off. WAG just made a decisive call. A doctor's knife, a surgeon's scalpel to take this booyah away.
My God, WAG. They came in here with grit in their hearts. 18 points on game number 1. 11 eliminations then. This time round, they didn't want to take it all the way to the top with the aggression, but consistency is key. And now they are on that number 1 spot on the overall leaderboard after 2 games with a booyah in hand as well. You gotta respect how far Vietnam has come. You gotta respect how far WAG has come.
they have. They've done so well. Look at this last positioning, right? X-Bar is just making sure that the left corner is completely out as they've already flushed them through. And as soon as you see the first person turn around, chunked to half of his health and then instantly died to the Trogon. X-Bar finds another headshot and it's already over. But with that being said, let's throw it with an interview with WAG with our beautiful host up on a beautiful stage.
Segundo buiazão aqui do Point Rush nas mãos do Vietnã, precisamente do time da WAG. E o Sul tá muito feliz aqui nesse momento, que o primeiro buia foi brasileiro, o segundo do Vietnã, então a gente tá aqui, ó, numa disputa, sabe? Mas vamos trocar uma ideia agora com o X-Bor, que é o sniper da WAG. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Carol. I think we're the same now. You had your booyah and I had your booyah.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. So, congratulations for having your booyah. And this is the booyah belong to WAG team. And right next to me is X4. Well, first of all, hello. Congratulations as well. So, how do you feel like your first booyah on this very pretty stage? And you know that there are so many people who is following you, watching you from the far. And of course, right here, me standing next to you. Of course, we're so proud of you. But still, do you have anything you want to share with everyone? Thì lời đầu tiên, Yusu xin được phép chúc mừng X-Ball bởi vì đã có một cú booyah rất là đẹp ở trong cái trận đấu vừa rồi. Thì X-Ball cũng biết rõ là ở đây đang có rất là nhiều dõi theo X-Ball và WAG, cũng như là background ở trên, background rất là vui ha. Và bản thân Yusu cũng vậy, và có rất là nhiều bạn khán giả đang theo dõi mình từ ở nhà. Thì X-Ball có lời nào muốn gửi đến các bạn sau khi mình có được một cái booyah khá là thành công để có một khởi đầu hoàn thiện trong cái trận chung kết sắp tới không ạ?
Mình gửi lời
It's working.
Yeah. Tự tin là mùa này có thể chúng ta sẽ vô địch. Cảm ơn mọi người đã ủng hộ team WG của bọn mình và tụi mình sẽ tự tin là có thể giành lấy top 3 trận thi đấu trong chung kết ạ.
Wow. Thank you so much for always following and support us, and we will try our best to achieve the top 3 of the final stage this time.
Perfeito. Então a primeira pergunta da Yusu foi direcionada qual que é o maior sentimento dele por aqui, principalmente já jogando aqui do maior estúdio, né, até agora aqui no nosso Mundial de Free Fire e alguma mensagem que ele tem para passar. E basicamente ele falou assim que está muito agradecido, está muito feliz por esse primeiro booyah e que eles vão fazer de tudo para pelo menos conseguir estar entre o top 3 e avançar para a grande final. Okay, so X-Bor had a great spotlight during the knockout stage, and I would like to know what can we expect from him during the Point Rush stage and for the Grand Finals.
Okay. Thì như mọi người cũng biết là X-Ball đã có một ở trong vòng knockout stage vừa rồi và cũng như là ngày hôm nay, thì không biết là tất cả mọi người đều có thể mong đợi điều gì ở X-Ball ở trong ngày thi đấu Point Rush 2 ngày và cả ngày chung kết ạ?
Trong 2 ngày Point Rush này tụi mình sẽ cố gắng lấy 20 điểm mà.
Chung kết
thì mình sẽ cố gắng để đem chức vô địch về cho Việt Nam.
Oh my god, he changed his answer.
What did he say?
Okay, so in the port stage, we will try our best to achieve 20 points.
Okay.
But in the final stage, we will bring the trophy back to Vietnam.
What did you say?
In the final stage, we will bring the trophy back to Vietnam.
Okay, that's unexpected. Tá bom, então a minha pergunta foi, ele teve, de fato, o X-Bor, ele foi um dos melhores snipers da fase classificatória, né, do nosso knockout stage. Eu queria saber o que a gente podia esperar dele e do time dele. E ele falou que, ele mudou a resposta dele, tá, de uma hora para outra. Ele falou que aqui eles vão pegar uns 20 pontinhos e pra final eles vão pegar o troféu aí de volta e vão levar pro Vietnã. Então, isso com certeza foi unexpected, não foi esperado aqui pela gente. Mas vamos de melhores momentos por aqui, minha família, porque a gente já conseguiu nosso primeiro booyah, seguido agora do Vietnã. And I just wanna say, hi, Backgal. I see you.
Thank you so much, Carol. Một lần nữa thì Yusu sẽ được phép chúc mừng mọi người và cố gắng trận tiếp theo nhé. Thank you so much for watching our interview. I'm really happy. We'll see you guys later. Let's back to our caster and see the highlights.
Thank you for the interview here. Big plays coming in from WAG, and they're going to be sitting in, taking 24 points. Surprisingly enough, BRU is actually in second with 18, which makes me question how many eliminations that they were able to find, because Attack All Around was putting a lot of hurt, but at the same time, our Brazilian teams of both Pain as well as E1 Sports, 15 and 10, not bad round for everybody in the top 5.
Yeah, not bad at all, and it was a beautiful push coming through from WAG. And obviously Buriram, they were aggressive enough to get that 18 points because of their third spot, as well as the 11 strong eliminations that they got. Second most eliminations just behind WAG, who had the most in their hands. Obviously 12 with the 24 points. The 12 came from the Booyah, 12 obviously from those eliminations as well. Southeast Asia still making a lot of noise up here, and Attack All Around obviously in the third spot. You know, they went on in aiming for the Booyah. WAG just ruining their chances through a phenomenal play with those glue walls, just baiting them to step into that house. And the moment they did, it was just shotguns to the heart.
It was too late by the time they reacted to it. Really, really unfortunate for Attack All Around, because macro-wise, they were making all the correct decisions. The only problem is that they thought, hey, if we can make a play, it's just to slip through into the building without taking damage from their sniper. But unfortunately, nothing really gets past Alan when it comes down to that CQC, and he had that door on lock.
Absolutely, man. 5 eliminations from Mr. Allen, and the MVP nonetheless. He was the monster in that final sequence of battle. It was an opportunity to absolutely demolish his opponents, and that's exactly what he did.
I mean, if WAG keeps up with this level of consistency, there's a very good chance they're going to be ending the day with 10 extra points coming into Championship Sunday. And of course, our MVP going over to Alan for obvious reasons. Dedicated rusher, he's the guy you want to be at the end of that electrotherapy. But at the same time, WAG's chemistry, in terms of the way that they like to fight, I mentioned right at the very beginning, they like a structural fight, but it seems to be that they're changing it up even. Look at their lineup, an A124, they have the Cassie on top of the Skylar, plenty of utility, but at the same time, they just have to play around their cooldowns.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Skylar, as well as his Riptide Rhythms, usually find their mark in the hands of Xbor. This time around, the battles that they were getting into were all tight spaces, and he just could not shine the very best that he usually does in this battle sequence. But of course, Alan in those tight corners always gets the job done, as long as Cyrus is backing him up with that Cassie's electrotherapy. This man's a monster, and a monster he was in that final sequence up against Attack All Around. Xbor tried to play a little bit of magic from up top on the roof. He did manage to get a little bit of the damage in, hence the 3 assists, but the main one in the most assists thrown into the battle was obviously Cyrus, as he walked into those battles up close and personal alongside Alan.
I mean, it was great motion, right? You know, Portal go to the top, make them feel that their position is compromised, force them to make that choice, quickly take the Portal back to your original position, and you've basically covered 2 angles just because of that singular motion. Great stuff coming in from WAG, and I'm excited to see whether or not the rest of the teams are going to be coming up with creative ways, despite Portal Go being nerfed, to kind of bait their opponents into these types of motions.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, WAG, as promised, they are showing up strong here on the final week. And obviously, I saw this one coming because they were so phenomenal in the first week, and then they dialed it down multiple notches. They tried to fake it as best they could, but they cannot fake it, obviously, up against us. We saw this one coming mainly because they could have taken a few more aggressive fights in week 2, and they just chose to walk away from those battles. They chose to drop those fights. But up here in the final week, they are going all out. Interesting scenes in front of us, but of course, that's exactly what the stage is all about. You gotta keep your nose clear. You gotta get that oxygen in there, you know.
Of course, especially when you're in these fights, I can only imagine that they're clenching their teeth so hard that they're not breathing through their mouths anymore. So gotta keep those nostrils open. But at the same time, I mean, I gotta give it to you, man. The mustache senses are tingling, and I didn't believe it until WAG pulled through. So the next question is there going to be another team? Is the mustache senses tingling for E1 as well? Because again, this is the second time that they've kind of predetermined where that final ring was, but they did get kind of squished by both BTR and as well as Pain.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you know, I would love to bet on E1, but I don't think they're just there just yet. Buriram obviously is close enough to nip away at their heels. This is going to be tough, but you know, miracles are always possible. If E1 Sports wants to prove me wrong, come in here game after game into that final circle, walk away with another couple of booyahs, I'm just going to be really happy for Brazil in the grand scheme of things. 5 eliminations for Alan. He takes the spotlight once again, but you can see Moshi showing up here as well for Buriram.
Pretty good stuff here coming in from Moshi. Of course, Nike Boy without I mean, he took out an entire squad pretty much by himself with a bit of help from the rest of his teams to pressure them into the angles. Limit, of course, going to be always somehow seems to sneak his way into the elimination leaderboard. But of course, it's great to see that Krillin is also part of this, an active member. Even though most of the time he's the one, I feel bad for Krillin because just like Dragon Ball Z, sometimes you can't be Goku, but at the same time, getting headshot in the middle of a fight, especially when you don't see it coming, does feel bad.
42 points, all thanks to consistency for Vietnam, for WAG, up top, real proud, E1 right behind them, all thanks to that booyah from game number 1 and a decent performance here in the second matchup. Buriram finding their recovery, but not enough to snatch away that number 1 spot. But of course, we've got 4 more games to go for the 2-time world champs.
Yeah, you know, I am concerned about the people on the second page. I think that Fluxo might have to reconsider a couple of their strategies because I think this is the second time that they are going for these, well, I don't want to say early engagements, but they follow a lot in the footsteps of BRU. The way that they were trying to contest marble work, and especially when the ring was pulled over that side, they went into the back end, which is something that BRU does pretty consistently on this map.
Yeah, absolutely right. And of course, Fluxo, I have to say, it's just an unfortunate start. 2 times in a row now, they've had those early engagements. This time around, up against Buriram, they were hunted down. And I loved the flank. I love how they were trying to funnel in all of the players on the side of Buriram, who initially had that high ground advantage of them on that roof as well. They dealt with that sort of a trouble. What they could not deal with was Wasana with an electrotherapy bond right behind him. This dude is already a menace without the electrotherapy. With the electrotherapy, it's like having 2 Wasanas on the squad. Nobody can deal with 2 Wasanas on a squad.
And that's why you gotta pray that you have enough glue walls, enough resources to kind of slow him down and maybe say, hey, if we just block 6 of his shots from that Trogon, maybe we've got a chance when he reloads.
Yeah, and of course, one of the key victory points for the side of Fluxo has always been keeping MT7 out of the heat of the battle, away from all of the action, sniping from a spot nobody else can have a shot easily up against him, unless of course you've got a sniper on your side. MT7 is deadly. MT7 could not deliver in a close quarters combat like that, and that is the very big difference between MT7 as well as Moshi, at least of what has been happening in this final week. Up close and personal, Moshi with a sniper, no problems, baby. You know the man's going to be using it as a shotgun. We have seen MT7 do it before as well, but that was more of a mid-range battle. We have not seen MT7 shine with those snipers in a CQC before, and I hope that changes before we get to Championship Sunday, because it's obviously going to get into more scenarios like this where they will have to take those close fights.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. I think a lot of teams are gonna have to make a couple of changes for this upcoming map. But with that being said, we're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, it's gonna be more free fire action. All right, we're already back here with the next teams looking to try and steal that booyah away. I mean, Falcons had it really, really rough. Fluxo had it really, really rough as well. But E1 is standing and keeping within that top 5. It's looking really good for them. But now we're moving over to Alpine, where WAG is looking good. Falcons hopefully will bounce back and twist their minds. Another team who hasn't been able to break through.
Oh, WAG is off to a fantastic start here today. And now we head into a map where they usually dominate. They have got 2 booyahs here. But what is threatening though, of course, is the fact that Buriram loves Alpine as well. The only difference is Buriram has not struck big on Alpine in the knockout stage. Let's see if that changes here on the final week.
Vamos para a próxima queda. Peu, Raja, Kawan, porque é Alpine. Vamos conferir quem vai conseguir conquistar o próximo booyah, Su.
Yes, and our third map will be Alpine. This is our halfway of the day already, and it's so fun, to be honest. Are you guys ready? Stay tuned. Bring your Pringles and get prepared to see our match from here.
E bora decolar porque os jogadores já estão posicionados. Então aguenta coração, pega sua Pringles, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
Welcome to the highest of heights. It's Alpine to kick off game number 3. Again, so many teams have found success on this map, but at the same time, they've been struggling, especially if they're not fueling themselves up. You heard what Yunsu said. You better have your Pringles ready in the highest altitudes of Alpine, as we see that the flight path slightly skewing towards the southern side.
Early drops in here for Mr. Buriram and Falcons. It looks like it's going to be a heated battle, though, for Fluxo as Hua Esports decides to drop by Stadium and say hello to the already struggling Brazilian squad. Once again, early game, Fluxo is going to be a tad bit nerfed unless MT7 gets blessed with a sniper right here, right now.
Oh wait, Fluxo was able to touch down on the ground first, so they will be able to find the weapon area. It's smart of Hua to actually look straight away for the big structures so that they can take their time and force Fluxo to start hunting for them in a much wide open area. But you can see that right now, Fluxo, they can't afford to be losing too much, and especially after 2 bad maps, at this point, they're going to regroup together, fight as a team, find MT7, the god spot.
Fluxo. They see their opponents and they want to call them out on this hot drop. Bobs with the Vector. Great gun to have on yourself early game. Now, obviously, your opponents are not going to have that level 3 armor on themselves, nor that helmet, so you just gotta spray and pray, and most of the time, those prayers get answered. Binoculars will fail Fluxo. Hua Esports too close in front. MT7 with the VSK. Death with the early shots, but Giu backing him up as well. Death is going to get caught with his pants out down here as 4 players try to flank him at the same time.
Oh, Death, he's got to try it. Ooh, the quick dash. No, drops down the glue wall in time. This P90 is just enough, but Pops is able to find the angle around. They have to turn around as Hua quickly pushed up to the next structure. They take out Death real quick, and finally, an early elimination coming in from Fluxo. They just have to stick it as a team, because now Hua need to decide whether they want to trade or they completely back out from this fight. And it doesn't look like they're backing out just yet. They want to get some revenge.
This fight, in a nutshell, is basically Hua Esports is not WAG. Early engagement is falling flat for Death. And Hua Esports having to push in here for that revival, and the man does not even drop back into the same spot, which is going to put Hua Esports in a little bit of a pickle, being forced to play that recovery early game. Peter with the P90, with the early tags onto Igwin, but that's just going to be about it. No knockdowns just yet. Butch is in, down on the ground. Shin with the headshot coming on through. No eliminations just yet. DRKen pushing on forth, trying to stop that revival, trying to stop that pickup as well. And Shin cannot back him up. No grenades on that follow-up, and Butch is in back up on his feet. And Giu trying to take DRKen right off his foot there with the grenade.
Oh, they quickly rush on in, making sure that they even double down with blue wall melters. Shin, with just a sliver of health, Gui actually gets flanked. Yanbin is quickly having to cut all Button. If he can do it and win that fight, they might have an opportunity as Bobs quickly goes down. In the middle of this fight, the Falcons still continuing their battle against E1. But finally, death goes down and Button trade. Shin is able to find it, and there you have it. It's going to be Falcons for now, as Fluxo still close and tight here between the two. They can't seem to get their boys back up in time, just denying revives after revives, but that electrotherapy is going to be the difference maker here, especially since he's got to be able to take 2 people down consecutively, if not look to head north to that revival point. And I think that maybe Fluxo, they're gonna play to regroup their squad before heading up to that northern side, and Shin, he's running out of precious time. He got to bring the squad back up fast.
Hua nearly made me eat my words early, but I'm really wrong. Hua is still not WAG. They almost got it though. Very, very close. I did not expect to see that sort of a comeback, especially with a 3-man push on the side of Hua Esports. But well played. But of course, salute once again to Fluxo, that recovery gameplay, focusing on their defensive maneuver of picking up their team members instead of just blindly rushing in for a couple of extra points. Force that survival from them and force Hua Esports on that back foot to get away. Corinthians stuck in a tight little spot here, especially Hawk all alone. Drops the trip mine. Trip mine not going to tag up anyone as Duds and Razor fights Kyong from afar as well as Hawk up close.
Oh my goodness. Unfortunate, but at least Nandox was able to get away from the scenario entirely, and he's actually pretty near a revival point. He's going to be able to bring his boys back, take his time, just chill for the moment here. He could wait for the unlock, but even the Dinocular is also going to be used. In the meantime, at least those teams who have had early engagements have been reviving their team members, as attack all around have to deal with pain, and now Boomgod finding an amazing flank here, finds 2, gets a 3rd one as well with the help of Cougar as they clean the floor up with pain, and it looks like they were able to get the revives down with the help of their pocket marks just in time.
Yeah, Motovia just thanking his lucky stars. He did not follow the rest of his team members, able to hit that revival, but attack all around has a rough idea as to where that revived team member is going to be landing, and they're driving straight up potentially to catch up with him. WAG up against Falcons. Now this one is going to be deadly for WAG. Do or die time, boys.
Yep, and all this for the Arsenal. And I would only imagine that WAG is more well-equipped for this fight in comparison to Falcons. But then again, Falcons did win out their engagement against E. Oh my gosh! He didn't notice that Karora was already turning down Export. Falls to his knees. If Karora could just live a little bit longer, that would be great. And he does. Alan buys his time, quickly dashing through, still knocking down Karora as the rest of the Falcon members looking for these flanks. The low ground does not help them at all unless they want to expose themselves. Thank God that Export is keeping them at bay. Now On Fire is in a lot of trouble here as Cyrus is going to be pushing up with the help of Alan as well. As long as that electrotherapy is on, Alan doing good work with Export, finding the headshot in tandem with the knockdown from Alan. Beautiful stuff coming in from WAG as they hunt down one more.
WAG wiping the floor with the champions of the Esports World Cup. My God, what a team, what a play. Now one more tagged up from the back, and it looks like WAG is not letting off their foot from the gas pedal just yet. Alan with the electrotherapy connection tags up one more once again, and the double glue wall will not save you, my friend. Cyrus with the flank finds the shutdown. One more taken out, but there's one more player on the side of Falcons that managed to bring back through in that revive flight. But WAG is not going to complain. 4 points in the bag. Off to the next circle they go.
Oh man, I would even call it desperation at this point, but the second ring has already costed so many lives, so many elimination points have been given out. We're going to see a very big influx at the very end of this, but now we look over at RRQ as well as BRU by Militia. Oh, wait, do they know? It doesn't feel like it just yet, but they're sticking their nose out. They sense something is wrong in the force, and they do notice the glue walls with the logo of RRQ right on top.
By Esports being pressured by Bigatron Delta, and that's the final elimination, all thanks to Bigatron, and one knock from Flux, so they managed to get a little bit of revenge before the whole squad got taken out by Bigatron. And of course, the battle right in front of us, on the other hand, RRQ managing to dodge a very big bullet in the name of Buriram United Esports, but out in the open now. They've got the assault bunker on their side, which means upgraded weapons. Do they shut them down with this play though. Riptide Rhythm breaking down their defenses, but look at this beautiful maneuvering from the side of Buriram to cut the distance between themselves and RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as that Riptide Rhythm is hitting into the middle here, it's a little late. RRQ now going to the back of this arsenal and is willing to go squad v squad. They've got a double Cassie set up here. 2 electrotherapies intertwined amongst each other. And if, you know, if things go a little doo-doo here, at least... Oh, Jonah! Jonah is already on his knees! That's not good. It's going to be a 3v4 here as Ma'al's the first to fall with the help of Wasana and Get High. They're splitting the attention between the members here. Dudes finds one in the help of Get High here so far with the help of that launcher. Wasana looking for one more. Oh my goodness, finally Wasana down. The Riptide Rhythm is going to open up and it looks like somebody's shooting from the outside and it's Moshi who finds one, eliminating, securing another elimination points, cleaning it up, not allowing Abe to get his boys. And now it's just left to a potential 1v1 here. Are they going to be able to do something? Abe, he wants Wasana, but if he sticks his nose out too far, he knows that Moshi might just have his number.
Absolutely, and this is the kind of play I was expecting Fluxo to pull off with MT7. Unfortunately, we didn't see that, but thanks to Moshi, we get to see a little bit of what the sniper supremacy, a flank from afar, can provide a squad. The cover at the most important timing of them all. Abe just forcing his way out now to loot up all of the players that he just smashed, and of course some of his own team members as well. I mean, you're gone already. I could just use some of the utilities you have, he says. VSK in the hands of Moshi, the sharpshooter, up against Abe, the rusher, but the launch pad will try its best to get him out of Trouble's way, and it does exactly that.
Wait, are they going to try and contest? It looks like they were able to get dudes back up just in time here, but let's quickly cut on over. It looks like 3 teams currently holding each other hostage here. Top side is going to be Twisted Minds. Underside is going to be Fluxo with BTR Delta looking at the structure thinking, all right, when is somebody going to make a move here? We need some points.
Let's see if Bigatron Delta can get out of trouble here. Dinoculus will fail. But of course, it's laid out, and Fluxo's not stepping into that zone, so unfortunate for Bigatron Delta. But at least they know now that nobody's on that right-hand side flank. But of course, as luck would have it, Fluxo actually circles into that zone right after the Dinoculus expires. And Bigatron Delta might just be surprised by a flank here, because Twisted Minds will still stick to their own position here. So Bigatron Delta roughly knows exactly where to attack, but what they're not going to expect is a flanking Fluxo.
Yeah, talk about timing, man. Talk about timing. And Twisted Mind's going to be putting some bullets into BTR in the meantime here. However, I am a little worried about this western side. WAG has a devastating position that they have here. They can eliminate any teams, especially... Oh, from Rivermouth, Corinthians are going to be jumping on through. They're willing to take on WAG. And Export finds 2 headshots in a row. Nike Boy and Namdox already down. Riptide Rhythms. This is the structure that I'm talking about. You fall into their battle lines. It's just going to be easing pickings. A 3rd one coming in for Export. Who's next? Who's going to be sticking their dome out a little bit longer? BRU getting eliminated. What happened there is Export takes Nike Boy down. Cyrus is able to secure one more, and Cyrus even finds Omala. The Corinthians lose everything here, losing an arm, a leg. Do they have enough currency to quickly get a revive before they get hunted down?
Yeah, Buriram United Esports out for the count as well. Falcons down. Hua Esports out of the equation. But Corinthians, one final survivor. But of course, WAG trying to put them out for the count as well. They have to circle on in and protect themselves as well from this blue zone that is on the approach. E1 spots on the opposite side of Corinthians. Either way, this Brazilian squad in a lot of trouble. No vending machines in or around their area. So Corinthians, the possibility for survival here is really low.
It's not looking great, but for now, they're just going to have to pray and actually just play for the positioning at this point. Hopefully they have enough resources to do so. E1 in a pretty good spot, however, they're not in the ring just yet. They're looking to gatekeep it. They know exactly who they want, and it's going to be Pain. As they're going to go for the full engagement, Pain has no choice but to try and flush them out of the structure. They're going to continue pulling through, and it looks like it's not looking too great for them. But even on the southern side, Fluxo is trying to squish some teams together. E1, again, just making sure they are anchoring like absolute monsters.
Yeah, Pain Gaming has got no help whatsoever in terms of getting into the circle. The only way they can, though, is through a revival. Montevilla gets eliminated by the circle as he hits that revival for his team members. So one final player on the side of Pain Gaming inside the circle, and the man is broke. He's got nothing. He's just got one secondary on him to hope and pray that he gets to survive this as he lands down with that parachute. and Gus gets shot out. Sabe. That's dirty, Sabe.
Oh man, it's always Sabing sometimes. He doesn't let anybody through. But at the same time, Limit going with a double sniper setup here. It's gonna be dangerous if he gets into CQC, but he always manages to make this work here, as we do always see him in the elimination leaderboard. Looking at where this ring is currently, WAG, they controlled the western side very, very well, but they don't have a lot of structures to really work with. A lot of natural structures, but it's not a concrete wall just yet. They're expecting maybe E1 or even the Corinthians here, but they notice E1 and they're punishing them so hard. Look at them fall, drop like flies. Whew.
Okay, Cyrus down on the ground, but it looks like backup in. Trying to break down their defenses, but the boys survived the onslaught. Bigatron Delta almost took advantage of that, almost smashed the chances of WAG. But look at this, look at the circle. WAG is clear from all of the battle, and Bigatron Delta gets the next circle.
No way. They predicted it. That's the Corinthians being eliminated in 8th, and BTR, they've got one hell of a spot, but they can only pay attention to so many angles. And where is it going to be? For now, we look at the Twisted Minds as they're playing on the outside of this structure, trying to maybe get away to flank in against Fluxo. At the same time, if they push out too far, BTR is going to start smelling blood. So Twisted Minds just hide around the corner. They don't have a choice, and they will have to tank the blue. Oh!
Now the Brazilian squad gets taken out. WAG just out in the open, taking pot shots. They finally circle their way in towards this next zone. Fluxo up against Twisted Minds though, taking the damage from the blue. This is not the time. Pushes in, pops on out, pops to the sliver of hell, and the boys still survive. Nameless up against TU, but a maze of glue wall keeps him trapped behind, and Diamond shot down from the back. Smart play by MT7 this time round. BSK in hand, Twisted Minds white.
Beautiful, beautiful fallback coming in from Fluxo side, but it's not over just yet because attack all around is taking pot shots at them at the same time. Even BTR getting involved. Their god spot uncompromises RRQ, looking for that full engagement. Multiple sectors, RRQ can't even get out as BTR control the highest height here in their god spot. And now, at least for attack all around, they make it to the next floor. They've got at least Dix to try and close off this sector, and he doesn't mind leaving a bit of space because he knows that the verticality is in their favor.
The high ground crazy advantage for Bigatron Delta. Fluxo right down below them, so they've got no angles to play with. Therefore, WAG, the next one up on the menu for Bigatron Delta, and it's just about time before they start firing at them. And it looks like WAG is expecting that. They toss a glue wall melter in, does not reach that high roof, and Riptide Rhythm breaks down the defenses of WAG, and what a save with a time turner! A brilliant play by the Vietnamese squad!
Oh my goodness, WAG, the toolbox that they bring, the active cards as well. Really good stuff here. I wanted to bring it up in the post-game, after the post-game interview, but yes, these time turners have really been very pivotal to a lot of these teams. These active cards really change up the way that you should be thinking about the game. Koja? Hello? Alan putting him in his place.
I mean, you can pick up those active cards, but can you use them in a timely manner? WAG just showed us the most optimum way to pop that card, baby. Beautiful stuff. And now, knocking down the player on that roof. Beautiful stuff once again from WAG, just to make sure Bigatron Delta does not mess too much with them. And the Riptide Rhythm breaks down their defenses. Here comes a couple of more glue wall melters, courtesy of WAG for the boys of Bigatron Delta to deal with. And the Cassie Electrotherapy working along with Alan as he pops by to say hello to Fluxo as well.
Oh, but gotta remind themselves, not everybody is on top of that roof. They need to make sure that RRQ Explore ends up going down to a nade coming in from Cougar's side, and WAG now realize that they have to kind of pull back. Krillin, if he can just make it a little bit further, ends up getting eliminated anyways. The top side compromised, and WAG now calling in for any type of support. The bottom side is hard to push through. Everybody has taken damage, and here it comes as RRQ will have to be forcefully moving in towards attack all around's position on top of having to deal with Fluxo. The glue walls is a very valuable resource.
There's a high probability Bigatron Delta actually gets the booyah here all through those medkits because they are up top. Nobody has disturbed them just yet. Hyung down on the ground. They are going in for the eliminations at the same time, but Dix made one mistake, broke his ankle. Now he loses his life. Abe hops on in to meet his brother from Indonesia, smashes him instantaneously. Fluxo potentially with the final sequence of battle with the circle. Circle disappears and it's all out medkit gameplay for the rest of them.
Gonna keep on trying here. Fluxo still have a little bit of play space to play. Purgatory quickly gets a couple of shots in, but they still will be able to get a bit of help. Bops, yes, manages to get it off just in time. We'll have to tank. It's the rest of them. It's gonna be medkits. Who's got enough? Cougar still around limit as well. Cougar quickly takes one more down with him, and it looks like attack all around. Secure it again. The medkits, something about them and medkits just seem to be perfect.
The final item of survival, the Horizon line delivering a booyah to attack all around. Man, you can't have those medkits, but you sure as hell gotta have that Horizon line. The guy was crawling around and he got the booyah. The best way to do it. I've seen the medkit gameplays, but crawling around and the booyah, that just takes the cake, baby.
It doesn't happen very, very often. You can see how the game has evolved competitive-wise, really pushed to the very edge. Congratulations to attack all around. This round could have been Bigatron Deltas, but they decided to jump downwards. I'm not sure what exactly the decision was, what opportunity that they saw there, but they got into the maze of glue walls, and that really hurt their odds.
Attack all around, grabbed 1 point on Bermuda, and then made that recovery on Purgatory, grabbing a total of 17 points as they were the team in second place. And you can see the consistency, the grit, the vigor in this squad. Heading into the final circle battle sequence once again, this time with a booyah in hand. But of course, it's not gonna be complete unless we find out from the players themselves what they have to say about their victory.
Buiazão agora nas mãos da Tailândia, precisamente do time da AAA, ataque all around. Vamos trocar uma ideia agora com eles, porque eles tiveram uma fase classificatória também muito difícil, porém conseguiram se manter regulares até então. Please, Yusu.
Thank you, Carol. So first of all, congratulations on having your Booyah limit. So may I ask that on our last combat with every teams around, how would you guys communicate with each other in such a chaos combat like that?
โอเคในไฟท์สุดท้ายอ่ะคนมันเยอะมากๆแล้วมันก็มีหลายทีมแบบ 4-5 ทีมตีกันทีเดียวเนี่ยเขาเลยอยากรู้ว่าเฮ้ยทั้งที่มันแบบวุ่นวายขนาดนั้นเราคุยกันยังไงในทีมถึงได้ไฟท์แบบนี้ออกมา
ก็คิดไว้แล้วครับว่าวงอาจจะเข้ามาในบ้านครับก็เลยทิ้งยาไว้ให้ผมคนเดียวแล้วก็ให้3คนไปเล่นครับแบบเล่นแบบไม่ต้องใส่สุด
Okay, he said like they already predict that the circle will come into the house, so they split like 1 for make sure as a guarantee, and 3 go to pay.
Really smart. I like it. Really smart.
Primeira pergunta da Yusu foi direcionada mais para esse indie game. Como é que foi a comunicação geral do time da AAA aí para o indie game? E a resposta dele foi que eles já tinham assim uma previsão de como a Safe iria fechar, então eles começaram a dividir os jogadores deles ali no finalzinho da Safe e deu tudo certo para eles garantirem esse buia. Okay, so we all know that AAA had a very hard time during the knockout stage. You guys had a lot of ups and downs, so I would like to know how they prepare their game for the point rush. Are they going aggressively or they will hold a little bit for the grand finals?
คือเขาบอกว่าเราอะรู้อยู่แล้วว่า Attack All Round ค่อนข้างจะมีช่วงเวลาที่หนักหน่วงเอามากในช่วงของที่เราเก็บ Knockout Stage มาทีเนี้ยมันก็มีขึ้นมีลงมีอะไรอย่างเงี้ยเตรียมตัวยังไงสำหรับรอบ Point Rush ถึงได้เล่นได้แบบโอ้โหดุดันขนาดนี้
ก็เล่นเหมือนปกติเลยครับแต่เกมแรกก็พลาดหน่อยครับแต่ว่าก็แก้กลับมาได้ครับผม
Okay, there's like we still have some mistake in the first game, but actually we try to keep it normal and play as usual that they play to like give the best of them to every game.
Perfect, thank you. A minha pergunta foi também direcionada para o que aconteceu com a AAA durante a fase classificatória. Eles tiveram muitos altos e baixos, eles não conseguiram sempre manter a regularidade. Então, eu queria saber o que foi preparado para essa fase de pontos aqui, de bônus, e se eles estavam escondendo o jogo ou se eles estavam vindo totalmente agressivos. E a resposta dele foi que eles sabem que eles garantiram alguns erros aqui nas primeiras partidas, mas eles vão fazer o melhor deles para garantir mais pontos que eles podem para levar para a grande final, e ainda tá dando uma escondidinha aí no jogo que eu senti, tá bom, minha família? Vamos agora de melhores momentos, porque a gente já garantiu aqui buia brasileiro, buia pro Vietnã e um agora pra Tailândia. Então, vamos de melhores momentos pra gente relembrar e ficar na mesma página.
Thank you, Carol, and thank you so much, Yuki, for being our translator for the Thai teams. And congratulations, Limit and AAA. You guys deserve this booyah on our third game. This is the end of our interview, and now let's head back to our caster and see the highlights.
No booyah for WAG, but no problem, baby. They still maintain their dominance up top, as the teams that just caught up are teams that were not doing too well at the start of the day. WAG, on the other hand, has maintained perfect consistency throughout the first 3 games of the day. Attack All Around, though, will finally call themselves a booyah contender here at Point Rush, and Fluxo finally finds that recovery, but in the overall grand scheme of things, on the overall leaderboard, they still have quite a way to go.
I think, it just came down to making that decision first. You can see that Attack All Around already started with the medkits, and they sent Cougar out to start hunting down for the rest of the members of Fluxo. But 19 points with a 3-point differential is not too bad, and even BTR at 18 is looking pretty good. But I am genuinely worried about teams similarly to not only E1. I wish they were in that double digits, even the Corinthians at 5, but Falcons really have not found their footing at all in the past 3 maps.
Yeah, and of course, this time around, you see Falcons as well as Buriram crashing out for Southeast Asia. Brazil still struggling. 3 out of 4 teams down here on the second page, getting less than 7 points. E1 Sports being the best out of the 3 with those 7 points. Obviously, Pain Gaming and Corinthians will have to do a lot to catch up with the rest of the competitions, especially Corinthians, who are currently sitting in the 11th spot with only 11 points picked up from the first 3 games of the day.
I think right now, the problem with E1, they need to show presence on that map. If they're going to gatekeep, they cannot wait for that perfect moment in mid-transition for some of the teams heading into the ring. They have to show presence much sooner than that if they want to stand a chance before their rotations. Because Attack All Around, they do similar plays, but they're not anchoring as hard as they did in the knockouts. It's only until the mid-game before they identify their way into the ring, and it's what's finding them to that success. They just made the decisions much earlier and are more attentive to what is happening in the battlefield.
Cougar was a beast when he was part of the Falcons. Cougar is still a beast when he's part of Attack All Around. One of the integral reasons as to why this team can confidently rush on out there to gather those points as Limit watches their backs with those snipers from afar. And obviously, Cougar, the MVP of the team, but this is not the craziest game that Attack All Around has played thus far. Not a massive amount of points on their side, but you can see clear teamwork all across the board.
Really great teamwork. I mean, the frustrating part is the fact that Limit is allowed to be a pure sniper, right? No CQC whatsoever. He is just looking to try and punish their opponents, make sure that they are weak on their transitions, and if you're behind a glue wall, it doesn't really matter to him anyways. You just need to stick your head out a little bit further, or don't worry, just give it some time. He'll knock you down anyways.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, 22 points for Attack All Around. This is huge. 10 eliminations in total, 12 from the Booyah. This is a great recovery after only picking up a single point. Early exit on Bermuda punished them, but of course, they are on the slow rise up to the top. But as mentioned, WAG still dominating the overall leaderboard with no Booyahs in the past 2 games, but of course, in the past game, but of course, with that #1 spot because of their consistent plays. And Indonesia just surprising the world here with their beauty and consistency up top. Bigatron Delta led by RRQ, 43 and 41 points to complete the top 3.
I mean, the Indonesians, in terms of how they're getting their points, it's not like it's lopsided. It's not like it's purely eliminations or purely placements. They are evenly catching up with everybody else. But I'm happy that at least Fluxo, in that second place in our previous map, is able to shoot back up at currently 20 points. But from this point onwards, they have to maintain their consistency and pray that maybe E1, BRU, or Attack All Around is going to slow down in their pace so they can maybe overtake them and hopefully get a couple of points for Championship Sunday.
Yeah, no doubt at all. Currently sitting in the 9th spot, Fluxo. Once again, they do have to work quite hard to get a fair share of points available here on the Point Rush stage. Only the top 6 teams will be able to gather points. Technically, only the top 3 points actually matter because, you know, the rest of them, they are there, but, you know, they don't make such a huge difference. Perhaps in prize pool, there may be a little bit of difference made, but to make you the champion of Championship Sunday for this global finals, you will need all 20 points.
I don't know. After seeing the competitive circuit of this year, it's anybody's game, honestly. I feel like as much as it's nice to have those extra few points, it could easily be stolen away from you. And I think at least at the back of these players' minds, if they don't do well today, don't worry. We just need to be even better on that Championship Sunday. But this is a precursor towards it, right? We are seeing a lot of the play styles being shown in full display here. It's hard to say if any of the teams are holding back at this point. I can understand that if you're on that second page and you've had consistent bad performances at this point, you're thinking about strategies and counterplays against all the other teams coming into day two of the Point Rush, rather than try and put all your chips in today.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see quite a number of these players are feeling under the weather, so not in the best of shape for this final week. But, you know, there's just no running away from this stage. You have to get it done regardless of how you feel. You gotta show up in the best way possible out in these games. And, well, thankfully, these are really short matches each and every single time they hop on into that lobby. The game is on pause. The lobby has already been put onto standby, so we are going to be starting Kalahari shortly.
Kalahari. You love it or you hate it. There's no in-between for most people, but I think this is going to have an incredibly good showing, because even in the knockout stage, I think that Kalahari was one of the more exciting maps as we got towards the final half of the knockout stages, where there were a lot of teams taking, you know, aggression to a whole new level despite the verticality and the size of the map.
Yeah, and of course, if we look at the top 3 on this map, Buriram leads the fray with 3 booyahs to their name, what used to be known as the Indonesian map. Obviously, Thailand has twisted that whole narrative around. EVOS Divine showing up strong, but they didn't manage to show up to the final week. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, without further ado, let's take this back to the host to kick off Kalahari.
Tô confiante, Raja. Vamos ver a próxima queda direto de Kalahari, Yansu.
Yes, and the first map will be Kalahari. So we have Brazil, we have Vietnam, and we have Thailand. Indonesia, we are waiting to interview you on the stage right now, so let's take off!
Bora decolar, porque os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
It's hot stuff here in Kalahari. Once again, let's see how these players are going to handle it. This is going to be an exciting time to be alive, especially if you're a fan of Free Fire. You love it or hate it, Kalahari definitely is going to be the line drawn in the sand as we look at the flight path, very generous, and of course, WAG heading straight to Mammoth.
Yep, good spot for WAG, and it looks like buildup's nowhere close to disturb them at this point of time as they pick on Stone Ridge and potentially for the rotation into Santa Catarina, which means attack all around, better watch their backs. E1 Sports, on the other hand, challenging RRQ on Refinery. This is going to be a hot one for the Brazilians.
And there's always got to be one team challenging RRQ for Refinery. Never really changes. But you can see it's a very slow approach from both sides. Nobody had a mega advantage just yet. And once again, the Corinthians looking to actually challenge Falcons once more. Let's see how this is going to play out because there's already trades going back and forth. But RRQ trying to hold that front line very early on here. Oh my goodness! Is able to take next despite having the akimbo vectors here. That's going to be an early elimination. And Abe trying to take some space. At least from the Refinery side, this is very comfortable for RRQ.
And Razor placed the corner of that window so perfectly. And now the backup from afar, courtesy of Dutz. The rest of the players trying to flank around looking for the E1 Sports players. The revival was there. Vitin 9 going down. Would obviously put this team in a little bit more of a pickle, and Iguin stepping on out. Just did not have enough firepower on him. Power goes down as well. E1 Sports loses all 4 players, but thanks to that one timely revival, the team hangs on.
Abe surviving with 8 HP. He must be so glad that he has level 3 helmets, level 3 body armor to make the difference there. But now we look back in confinement. This battle has been happening in now 3 out of the 4 maps, so that we've seen Falcon being challenged very early on by the Corinthians. And so far, at least they've been getting their revives down. I'm not entirely sure which members will have it. Actually, wait, Omala still hasn't been brought back. Only Hawk was able to get back on his feet. And Nike Boy, he's in a fine position here. He's taken out an entire squad by himself, no problem, just given the right vantage point and the right weapon.
Nando X with the Bison on standby. Problem is, man's gonna get overwhelmed with the numbers that Falcons can deliver here. But thankfully, not all of the Falcons members are right in his face. The rest of Corinthians spread out here on confinement. It's a rough start for them, but they did manage to take a knock on to a player from the side of Falcons, as well as the elimination. Peter was brought right back in. So they had that one trade, but they lost 3 lives. I don't know if the math is doing damage benefit. Will miss that opportunity with that Trogon, and now a double vector meets him. Square in his face. Good blue wall by on fire, and that circle around. The footwork supremacy. Peter caught out once again by Nike Boy, but no surprise there whatsoever as he was just brought back. But Falcons once again overwhelming Corinthians.
And now we cut back to Hua, who's currently having an extremely split fight against RRQ. Ma'al is trying to buy as much time as possible as the rest of the members. I'm not too sure who they're chasing here. Oh, of course, it's going to be Death. And Triken is going to take out Ma'al. Death's going to fall down to Abe. They instantly go for the revives, and now it's going to be a reset. Trying to control the front lines here. Razor unfortunately chose wrong on the 50-50. Loses 90% of his HP, and Yanbin takes him out. The counterplay here. Just chose wrong on which side of the glue wall. Unfortunate as RRQ back off.
Yeah, the rest of the RRQ members know that this is one fight they should not be committing into. They're fresh off a battle and they have not stocked up on their resources. Like what you can see in front of us here. Dudes just with the one single glue wall in hand, 2 medkits, no grenades. Yeah, that basically means trouble. Trying to provide support fire for the rest of his team members to get away from E1 Sports. Pao has got the Mac 10, early game, deadly gun. And as all of that breaks down, Hua Esports slowly circles around from the back, which means RRQ in double the trouble.
Pain, where are they going to be launching themselves, trying to create some distance away from WAG, who's got the vantage point, but they're not taking too many shots. They're allowing Pain to go on their own. While this has been happening, Hua taking a good number of shots towards RRQ, knocking down 2 of their members so far, and that's great for them. But at the same time, Pain, they need to regroup and figure out what exactly they're going to do, because they are seeing the tail ends of BRU rotating through the town.
Death finding Pao. Good play by Hua. Right after they finish off with RRQ's initial first few engagements, they follow up by meeting out E1 Sports. Oh, the grenade flying on a little bit too high over Death. And he gets away from that beautiful grenade. What a play by Death, but unfortunately could not avoid the Trogon. But what a footwork play there by the man.
Really good stuff. Really good stuff. I love the idea of ricocheting the nade on over rather than just trying to underhand it. But at this point, Abe, he does notice the rest of the members of Hua and quickly needs to come back and regroup with the rest of his members who are looking to actually escape this foundation side. But it looks like at least 2 of their members are going to have to slow down unless they're able to turn this around big time. Oh man, Shin quickly finding Abe straight away. Bad timing, and Mal has to disengage.
See if Hua Esports can find this recovery here as Shin takes a bay out, but Ma'al says you cannot defeat us just like that. Buys the man back in. Continues picking up on those coins, spotted out by Hua, and what a reaction by Ma'al, taking Yanbin's head off. Death returns that car in favor by shutting him down 1-for-1 yet again between the two.
We haven't seen a full squad wipe just yet. It's been 6 minutes and 12 seconds into this game, and still 12 squads remain. Falcons on fire, already down as the Corinthians refuse to let this go. Both of these teams have been at each other's throat, now pushing all the way to Council Hall. Top side is not looking very good, and it feels like they can't seem to get out of here. Kororo is trying to find some form of space, thinking about maybe trying to take over that high ground, but here comes the rush coming in for Omalan as well as Hawk, trying to 2v1 Kororo, who exposes their flank side, but unfortunately backup does not come in time and Kororo will fall to his knees. Peter is going to have to try and clutch this out, but with the electrotherapy, the odds are not looking good as he ends up just being eliminated, being another elimination point for the Corinthians. Oh wow, they already knew where one more was, breaking his position with the Riptide Rhythm as well, and 3 people just gunning him down as they set up the fire lines.
That's 3 down on the side of Falcons, 1 timely revival, so the team hangs on. Technically, Falcons and Corinthians just farming points on each other at this point.
It's pretty interesting to see how both of these teams are very eager to farm each other, but we haven't seen the clap back from the Falcons just yet. We'll see how long this is going to continue, because RRQ still have to deal with Hua, who's been chasing them halfway across the world, as Ma'al is going to be the first to fall. Boots gets a trade back on towards Shin's side, but the revives, they just have so much currency to work with.
RRQ stepping on into the wrong time here. Death is catching Dudes off guard. And Death brings Shin right back in with that extra cash. It's RRQ up against Hua. Falcons up against Corinthians. Most of the points farmed by these two were on the other 2 squads. So a little bit back and forth here. I'm starting to get a little bored. Where are the other squads?
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, BRU's chilling. We do see one of the members of Falcons being marked for death here. On Fire actually might just end up... Did they hear that? I'm pretty sure they... Oh, they didn't. WAG, they've been chilling around for so long in this town. They're probably hearing the footsteps now on the revive point. They've been camping it for so long. Yep. And Cyrus instantly didn't even waste any time. Takes him out fast.
Oh man, he was going for the revival platform. What he did not expect was WAG to be strolling around. And what a timing, as soon as Cyrus got up on top of that staircase, man shows up, easy shot. RRQ brings Ma'al back. The first team to get taken out. What a pity.
Yeah, bit of a pity here. Let's look at the current positions of all the other teams. On the southern side, Fluxo has just been chilling. Same goes for BRU, but we do see that both E1 and as well as Bigatron Delta currently about to fight here. Bigatron Delta into BRU side, Pain on the eastern side, WAG on northern side by Refinery as RRQ look to recover. And on the outside, we see attack all around, Hua alongside with the Corinthians.
Uh-oh, this is trouble now for Bigatron Delta. Buriram, slowly but surely, catching up with them on this sub. Boys circle around. That electrotherapy is going to be a lot of problem. And Wasana is actually not connected to that. Wasana's telling them, like, I don't need it. You go away. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses. And now Buriram attacking from that left-hand side. But it's just teasing Bigatron Delta at this point of time. That A124 is going to be popped, slowing down a couple of their players. And you can see the flank coming on through by Wasana, single-handedly approaching the Bigatron players.
Great use of the grapple hook there. Instead of just funneling yourself into that very narrow platform, they quickly use the grapple hook. Oh, almost connecting onto Aikal there. Very, very close coming in from Wasana. And he's holding an AWM, by the way, as the rest of BRU is going to take this high ground on top of the submarine. They will be able to start pushing BTR back, but honestly, is it even worth their time at this point, right? If they can technically go even higher, and Moshi is already 1 step ahead.
Deadly spot here for Wasana and Moshi. High ground advantage. They get to snipe everybody else. I'm not a big fan of anybody that is approaching this sub right now at this point of time. But of course, the circle is going to be forcing them into that region, into the vicinity, into good enough shooting range for these two Buriram players to take those easy shots up against them. WAG, on the other hand, is circling around towards the bottom of Refinery, hoping and praying that the next circle will be a little bit kind to them with where it rotates to.
Oh, I don't know about that one. It's still circled around the sub still at this point of time. And once the blue starts pushing in, teams like Hua, RRQ, Corinthians, even Pain. I think the best currently, two very powerhouse teams, E1 as well as Twisted Minds, in a phenomenal position here. And if Fluxo gets involved with stopping Hua and WAG coming in from the northwestern side of that map, it's gonna cost them. They're gonna be walking away with at least 2 elimination points.
Beautiful rotation by WAG, all thanks to the launch pad. Cutting off the rotation of Hua Esports, and now with an opportunity to gatekeep their brothers from Vietnam, snatch away those points, and of course be in yet another final circle sequence. But then close proximity with E1 Sports. This might just be trouble for the Brazilians, or if anything, the Brazilians could just bring the trouble finally back to the doorstep of WAG.
At this point, at least they found a spot in their ring. Let's see where Hua wants to play here. They're at full fighting strength. They're going to be playing right at the very edge. His attack all around is caught out in the open, Paying game, and Peter XL has to just hold this position. The Riptide Rhythms is cut off cover from actually allowing them to rotate. Punkan taking a good amount of damage here, but Noda, with the rest of his members of Pain, putting some good support. And Peter XL doesn't necessarily have to worry about attack all around because he's too busy farming members and hurting RRQ.
Yeah, the recovery here is great for the side of Pain Gaming. Cougar taken out by Saming from afar. Finally, the sniper from Twisted Minds showing up with some fierce shots.
Some good shots so far, but BRU still has the penultimate height on this crane by a sub. The real question is whether or not they're going to be able to push out. His attack all around gets taken out here. Quickly, we see the time reversal here coming out from... Wait, hold on. WAG pushing it straight on in. The electrotherapy now getting cut off with that wall down. Hua end up getting eliminated as Fluxo watched the whole engagement go down.
Once again, Hua Esports just not WAG. WAG bringing a clear decider between who's the better Vietnamese squad in that 4v4 showdown. Fluxo interfering in that fight with a long-range snipe courtesy of MD7 knocking down Cyrus, but the pickup obviously is there. Man has not gotten eliminated just yet, which means WAG will still be a threat shortly for Fluxo to deal with. But look at this rotation all the way out. What are they looking for?
I'm not entirely sure. Maybe to get a bit more currency, maybe to find some kind of util. I mean, they've got their anchor waiting for them. They've already got an open area to kind of play with. They don't want to show too much presence here so far. But as we see it, the verticality is being very uncomfortable for the inside of the sub. We are seeing that the rest of the Corinthians are trying to take on BTR. Delta in close quarter combat here as BTR, unfortunately, lost too many on the first entry from the Corinthians. Currently at 12 eliminations?
Corinthians finally on a tear. 12 eliminations is more points than they have picked up in all 3 of their past games, man. This is a great play from Corinthians up here on Kalahari. Brazil is finally having a little bit of comeback through them. Oshi will snatch away the knockdown onto Duts. Saming's not going to be too proud with that, not going to be too happy with that, but that's just the first elimination of Buriram, who are having a very slow and steady game this time round. Wasana with the knock. And Wasana will be outshined by Moshi back-to-back. They will go ahead to take out lives from the side of E1 Sport. Saming still won that!
At the end of the day, getting those elimination points is key here. Good steal. Wait, how's leg? That's his ankle. Oh no, he realizes that his ankle is exposed. Quickly swap spot to make sure that he isn't out in the open. Now, BRU understand that Twisted Minds are directly underneath them on the ultimate low. But now the Corinthians are looking to push their positions out here. From the blue side, they're going to have to use a good amount of utility. Get high on Wasana. Will have to utilize their glue walls to slow them down as Wasana pokes back. Even the launchers coming on through. We do see that as this happens, now Corinthians trying to get back up. Nike Boy at least manages to regroup with the team before he gets knocked by the blue.
Unfortunate glue wall pulled out here between himself and the rest of his team members. Now this is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation here for Corinthians to work their way out of. Circle's going to leave them high and dry shortly, so they'll have to start moving right here, right now. Fluxo on the other hand, dealing with WAG and their pressure. Glue wall melters laid out and the ice grenade keeping them away, making sure they don't cut that distance down too much. And Nike Boy protecting his teammates as he knocks down MT7.
Oh my goodness, Hawk gets away a freebie this time as he drops down. WAG just hiding within this turret so far, but man, that nade taking out everybody. So much damage onto Twisted Minds. Elimination from a nasty nade as Fluxo continues to push on in. Alan manages to get a headshot onto one of the Pain Gaming members here. And now, just everybody on the feed so far. Wow, what a spot.
Amen, bro. And obviously Gus got the biggest nade of the game, only for WAG to smash their chances of a booyah by attacking him from the back as he tried to sneak into the circle. They, on the other hand, had the finest spot in this circle and just at the very edge of it. Riptide Rhythm going to be breaking down the defenses of WAG. Krillin bleeding out on the ground, and MT7 takes one away. And now WAG left only with 2 more players here, but the consistency from this Vietnamese squad, mind-blowing. Now in the top 4, they have to survive for just a little bit longer for Corinthians to lose their player, and they will be the top 3 in 100% rate throughout the day of this day 1 point rush.
Now BRU, they gotta be careful. They can't be too aggressive. They know that Fluxo has a lot of play area and their members are spread out very widely to make sure that nothing is going to slip their eyes. They've got a lot of overlapping angles here, and now the blue will eventually force them out. Same goes for Fluxo, but at the very least, they're already pre-prepared to go out. And BRU, they understand it as well. They've used a good amount of their utils. Their nades are gonna get thrown out. At least 1 glue wall melter. They're probably waiting until the Skylar cooldown is back up before they take the engagement, but at the same time, WAG actually going to engage first onto BRU's side. Hawk still on the blue, trying to sneak his way into play for position, goes in towards Cyrus' side as Jonah is able to take out Alan here. WAG's odds looking pretty bad as Jonah is going to be wiping him down. Cyrus able to find that last trade here against the Corinthians. But WAG, they're still in it. They're in top 3, and now Fluxo wants to get involved against BRU in this very final fight as they continue to play around that 10th side. The 10th side, they have to drop down as many glue walls as possible without any cooldowns. Bops is the first to fall as Jonah and Wasana just taking out the members, sneaking right past them, forcing them to isolate themselves. Queen the next to fall, and Butsin all left by himself. This is a booyah for BRU.
Buriram United Esports with their first booyah of the day, but props to Fluxo, back-to-back recovery gameplay to recover their spot down at the bottom, to recover the honor for Brazil, making sure they brought that flag into that final circle. But I have to say the spotlight once again for Vietnam personally for me. WAG with a 100% top 3 rate in the competition thus far.
I mean, the competition is getting tighter and tighter. It's anybody's game here today, and it's showing off big time, putting one hell of a show during Point Rush. But congratulations once again to BRU finding the booyah to send them up in the standings.
I mean, for WAG to do this 4 times in a row shows the capability of the squad, and the consistency once again pays off. They will maintain that #1 spot, but Buriram United Esports with this booyah should be able to launch themselves up to that 2nd spot to nip away at the heels of WAG. What a day it's turning out to be for Southeast Asia here on day 1 of Point Rush. But of course, off to the stage we go for the interview with the winners.
Mais um buia tailandês por aqui, e dessa vez contra o nosso maior rival, Buriram, meus amigos. Já vamos conversar aqui com o Moshi, que essa carinha aqui vocês conhecem muito bem. Vamos lá, please, Yusil.
Thank you, so can I ask you like a very first question that I'm a little bit curious that since we have 11 booyah in the knockout stage already, but in the power stage today, it seems to be like a little difficult for Buriram United Esports. So may I ask, how do you feel about that, and can I know what happened?
คือในรอบ knock out stage อะเราทำได้ดีมากๆ โอ้โห 11 บูย่าอะไรจะขนาดนั้นถูกไหมแต่ว่าพอมาเริ่มรอบ point rush อันเนี้ยเกิดอะไรขึ้นจ๊ะ2 เกมแรก 3 เกมแรกคือดูไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่ เขาก็เลยอยากรู้ว่ามันเกิดอะไรขึ้น
อ๋อ ก็มันเกี่ยวกับเรื่องสถานที่ด้วยครับ เราก็เพิ่งมาเทสที่นี่ แล้วก็อุปกรณ์หลายๆอย่างก็มีปัญหา ก็ค่อยๆแก้ปัญหากันไปครับ
He said like he nervous about the off-fly event and their location. You know, right? It's very maybe make him a little bit exciting. Yes, and there's still some problem that have to fix one by one in their team.
Okay, perfect. Então, a primeira pergunta da Yosu foi direcionada aos buias que eles fizeram na fase classificatória, né? A Buriram conseguiu 11 buias durante a fase classificatória e hoje aqui demorou 4 mapas para eles conseguirem o primeiro bui. Então, eu queria saber qual que é o maior sentimento dele a respeito disso e o que mais mudou, né? E ele falou assim que jogando em um lugar menor, num estúdio, eles conseguem se concentrar mais. Aqui já é diferente. Imagina só quando tiver torcida, então, né? Alguém avisa para eles. Mas enfim, vamos para a nossa próxima pergunta. Okay, so during the knockout stage, Moshi was the only player from Bermuda team who didn't get the MVP of the day. But today, he seems like very confident for that. He already got a lot of eliminations. So I would like to know if he's probably want to get the MVP of the day and he's working for that.
เหลือแค่คนเดียวแล้วล่ะมั้งที่ยังไม่ได้ MVP ในรอบ out stage เขาก็เลยอยากรู้ว่าวันนี้ performance ดีแบบสุดๆเลยอ่ะหวัง MVP วันนี้หรือเปล่าจ๊ะ
ก็ในใจเลยก็หวังครับแต่อยากเป็นที่1ของตารางมากกว่าครับอยากได้คะแนนพอยต์ลัดไปรอบชิงครับ
Okay, exactly. Deep in his heart, he really wants to get the MVP, but the most important thing, he aimed for the top one of the landing.
Okay. Good answer. Então, minha pergunta foi, né? O Moshi foi o único jogador da Buriram que não conseguiu o MVP Kaspersky, que é o MVP do dia. E, assim, todos os jogadores do time dele conseguiram. O Asana conseguiu 2 vezes. E eu queria saber como é que ele se sente a respeito disso e também se ele está trabalhando para isso hoje, já que ele conseguiu muitas eliminações. Por exemplo, nessa última partida, só nas mãos dele tinha mais de 5 ou 6. E aí eu queria saber, né, o que ele acha disso. E ele falou assim que lá no fundo do coração dele, ele quer garantir o MVP do dia, mas o mais importante para ele é finalizar em primeiro lugar com o time todo. Uma ótima resposta, então com certeza a gente vai ver aí muito mais coisa da Buriram, mas a gente espera mesmo é o espírito brasileiro por aqui. Vamos de melhores momentos pra gente relembrar tudo que aconteceu? Highlights?
Yes, awesome. Oh, I think that Moshi has something he wants to say to the Brazil fan.
Yes, he wants to say something to Brazil fan and...
Olá.
Olá.
Obrigado. Tchau, tchau.
Perfeito. O Moshi queria aqui compartilhar com vocês as palavras que ele aprendeu em português. Olá, obrigada and tchau, tchau.
Yeah.
Ok. A new one. Brasil champion? Brasil vai vencer?
Brasil.
What team?
Brasil. Fluxo.
Oh.
Perfeito. Falou assim que o Fluxo pode ser campeão. Let's go to highlights. Vamos para os melhores momentos.
Thank you so much. Let's head back to our casters.
Man, Moshi, what a guy. What a guy. Absolutely not even thinking about himself. He's thinking about the $1 million up in that prize pool here. He wants to have the big piece of the pie when he sits at the family table when he gets back to Thailand.
Already 2-time world champions, looking to be the 3rd-time world champion, Mr. Moshi. But of course, he's not doing it for himself. He's doing it for Wasana, who does not have a single world championship for himself.
I mean, they're trying, man. They're trying. They're trying to get it there. And I can't even say unfortunately. They played a strong game, finding the penultimate high, a really good spot here to really start stealing away points. 26, a large chunk of it. But then it does come at a cost. Twisted Minds, yes, they were able to steal a couple of elimination points, and I think that even for Pain, they were at the cusp of potentially turning things around had they found just a little bit of a better spot in that game. But then we have Falcons and as well as BTR taking huge hits in this game. And as much as we wanted to see Attack All Around be on that very first page, they were the first team to bow out.
And one of the key reasons why Moshi is able to be himself out there is because, yes, he's the sniper backing up all of the rest of his players, but it is his team member Jonah, his captain Jonah, watching his back as well. We saw in that final sequence of battle, the players on the side of Fluxo, they identified Moshi being the biggest wrecker in that final circle. They know that his sniping skills are going to be a little bit of trouble. They went in to take the sniper down, but Jonah said hell no with the Mac-10, sprayed them down. And Moshi, of course, still walked away with the MVP, the first MVP of this global finals for this man, who was actually sick during the knockout stages, made that recovery in week 2, but obviously he's back to full form here on the final, on the most important week of them all.
6 eliminations, 3.3k worth of damage. Still running up the same lineup that they did during the knockout stages as they bring it into the point rush, and things are just looking great for them, right? Although I will say, at least for the first couple of maps, as you heard from the interview itself, there's a couple of mistakes that they needed to kind of rub out real quick, and afterwards back into prime form.
My goodness, a total of 14 eliminations, and of course 12 points from the Booyah gives them 26 to climb the leaderboard. Once again, that should put them smack behind WAG, who still maintains their #1 spot, all thanks to that brilliant Vietnamese consistency.
Nothing gets you up in the morning like that consistently, truly. And I think you can even see that from the perspective of the Vietnamese representatives, Hoa and as well as WAG think of the game very similarly. They've had a lot of encounters with each other where they identify the most optimal way to get in towards that ring, and then they see each other and they're like, man, it's either we fight or we back away. And I think Hoa has learned their lesson here. But let's look at these key players. Of course, 6 eliminations coming in from Moshi, of course, our MVP. But if you compare him to the rest of them, yes, I was hoping to see this Corinthians actually part of it, with Omala, Abe coming in from RRQ, and even Hoa Death able to find 5 eliminations of his own.
Explosive round for Corinthians for sure, and they have just been, well, pretty much biting the dust in the first 3 games. Like I mentioned, in the first 3 games, they only picked up a total of 11 points. In this game alone, they pick up 19, finally able to climb the leaderboard, but obviously not by too many spots because, you know, of the first 3 unfortunate maneuvers that they brought into this day. Fluxo, not a lot of things for them to celebrate here as well. Still on that second page. Overall, E1 spot still the best Brazilian squad that we have in day 1 of Point Rush.
I mean, at least for Fluxo, they are getting into those final rings, which is already good to see. However, they are going to need a lot more elimination points if they want to actually try and get some value later down the line. I'm not sure whether whether or not it's going to be the case, because based on what we've seen so far, they have a high priority on that positioning. Even in that very last fight that they had to do, that they had to go for against BRU, as soon as one person isolates themselves, going for, like, you know, the triple glue wall to the 4x4, as some may call it, at the very least, make sure that they don't get knocked down fast. You could see that BRU, when they have the space given to them, they are able to make a lot of pinching maneuvers. You fall between the nets, they catch you.
Yeah, I mean, it was a slow game for Fluxo, but they got to that final circle. They were that #2 team 2 times in a row. This is showing us that on the grand finals day, on the day where it truly matters, this team has got the potential of making a lot of noise in that final 3-team battle, and potentially, you know, with a chance to walk away with those booyahs. The one thing that is tickling me just a little bit is the incapability of Fluxo picking up those elimination points. MT7 has not been aggressive. MT7 has not been backing up the squad the way he was doing in the first and second week of the knockout stage, which gets me a tad bit worried. But of course, I'm pretty sure the man has got some plans up his sleeves, and the plan is to show up strong on Sunday. But for the time being, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you know, one of our great big sponsors, Samsung, has got something to say to you guys, so we'll be back with you in just a little bit.
¿De qué parte son? No, no está cerca del mar.
Yo de aquí, de la ciudad.
Mira.
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
Del norte.
Es una zona cerca de un día, pero...
And welcome back, everybody. In our next map, game at number 5, we're going back to the city of the future, Nextera. And this is going to be a really interesting one. We've already seen a great difference between all of these teams finding their consistency, circling their problems, taking it away, but we haven't seen another Brazilian team find that booyah after 3 maps after Bermuda. So hopefully Nextera is where they take it.
Absolutely, man. Brazil is kind of dry today, but of course, the saving grace here is the day that truly matters will be on Sunday, the day of our grand finals. But it does not mean Point Rush can be just thrown into the dumps. Obviously, they have to vie for the very best, but I don't know if or not it is enough for the day. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's throw it back to our host, Kamilota, to kick off this match. Kamilota and Yunsol just yet. Let's talk about the pets once again. Dinoculus still making its rounds out there. Gideon.
Yep, I mean, Dinoculus is just a great way to find information, right? We've seen teams actually, prior to building up to the global finals, actually trying to utilize ways to find information, whether it's, marking somebody for death or even having UAVs available. But at the same time, it's just the most consistent way, especially when you don't want to look for an entire area and just need to scan 1 building, if not 3 buildings at once.
Why esports? The players look a little nervous because the marshal right behind them looks like a WWE superstar.
Jeez. Oh my goodness, you're absolutely right here. This man, he is standing menacingly. We haven't even seen his face yet, but we do know that he has some pretty good kicks on him as well. Oh my goodness, he is quite the stud. That guy is 2 marshals in 1 with his size. But overall, I want to see how this is going to play out.
Vai dar bom, Peu. Pode ficar tranquilo. Bora decolar pra Nova Terra. Vamos ver quem vai conseguir conquistar esse mapa, Yunsol.
And our 5th map will be Nextera. It's almost the end to our random map right now. And I think the fight is really intense right now, so I cannot wait no more to see our next map here. Let's go, Kamilota.
Bora decolar porque os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração, porque decolagem foi autorizada!
Nextera, the map of the future, perhaps the map that can determine the future of Brazil. This is the best map of Fluxo. So perhaps these boys will truly wake up here before we head on into the random map. At Intellect Center, they drop. Looks like the IQs are playing up high.
I mean, the fly path, very, very nice. I think this is the most linear, perfectly symmetrical line going right across the center of it, all the way down from Intellect Center to Deca Square. Museum going to be controlled by BRU, but I am curious to see who the teams that are going to be sitting around Intellect Center, because they usually get into engagements pretty early on. Speaking of which, some rivalries don't change. It's going to be Falcons right up against the Corinthians once again, but it's going to be Bigatron Delta on the northern side of Twin Bridge, and even by Cape Town, we do see E1 ready to join that fight.
Buriram potentially looking to take down the monsters, holding on to that #1 spot and refusing to let it go. But it looks like Basana have bitten off more than he could chew. The great thing about this man is he always knows when to back away. But can he actually get away from trouble? Calls for backup. Get high a little bit too far away. He says, just calm down, bro. I haven't gotten my guns yet. Backups is going to be a tad bit slow, but Wasana survives the initial few shots.
Hey, man, there's only very few times where your best play is to sit behind a wall and do nothing. That was one of the perfect times to do so. UAV being deployed here as WAG will hold their ground because again, this is a multi-pronged attack. Farmtopia is a very large area, plenty of hay bales to actually play around. Well, I say hay bales, but it's really hay blocks all across the board, but perfectly symmetrical despite it just being hay. At this point, WAG better off to just go back to Farmtopia, loot back up, not get into this early engagement against BRU of all people.
Can't have a farm without some hay.
I don't want to give that to you, but it's got me giggling already. But in the meantime, at the very least, I do want to see. Wait, actually, I'm not seeing too many engagements, despite there being a high concentration of teams towards the northern side. I really thought the Corinthians and Falcons were gonna go straight at each other's throats, but now that they're pushing up into Twin Bridge, it looks like it. Oh, never mind. Talk about action. MT finds it. Really good shot there coming up from Fluxo.
MT7 was like, Mustacho, you asked? Yeah, bro, I deliver. Beautiful shot from the VSK. And obviously they open up with a decent one, but can they continue with this follow-up on this aggressive side of themselves that we may just be able to find by the time we get to the end of next Terra? Once again, this is the best map for Fluxo, and I expect that to shine all the way through for them towards Sunday.
We'll see how this is going to play out because right now it's going to be RR team as well as Hua. Some rivalries don't end quick, and despite having the right weaponry, Razor gets taken down really fast here, having to meet all three members from Hua, and they're going to chase them one by one here. Death catches one in the back as we cut on over to the previous one. It's going to be the Corinthians back against the Falcons once more.
True Brazilians, and in the middle you've got a bird that's just about to be turned into a roasted bird. Falcons taking the top floor. FGL shot courtesy of Omala and squad. The Falcons not retaliating just yet. Off-screen X-Ball takes the knock onto Koja. But does he find a pickup on the other side? We'll have to wait and see on the elimination feed. Alan takes down Ekal as well. My goodness, Bigatron Delta really getting pummeled by WAG.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, things are breaking out. There was a good period of peace, but as soon as it's broken, that treaty, everything is hitting the fan right now. And good call coming in from the Corinthians. They understand that it's a death trap to actually walk up. If they commit too hard, then they're going to get pinched very, very quickly. They only have 3 of their members here, so it's understandable that they have no idea how many members of the Falcons are actually up there, and there's no way to check just yet.
It's surprising. Fluxo actually sees all of this breaking down, and they have decided to not jump into this battle just yet, waiting for the prime time to hop on in. And a good blue wall set up by Corinthians to take that launch pad off and away from Falcons, not committing for a full gunfight up against the squad. You got to respect this out of Corinthians. They're looking for that long game. They're looking for that final circle play. They're not risking anything too early.
I want to agree, but at the same time, what were the conditions to make that choice? Oh, Nike Boy ends up getting shot down by Peter, who's just reminding the Corinthians, hey, we still are here. We are still hungry for some points. It's not like, you know, we had 4 bad maps and only got 4 points. We would like to outdo ourselves this time.
Oh, Shin on the ground. Oh, Riptide Rhythm exposing death, but he quickly manages to maneuver around towards safer side. Yan Bin caught by 2 players. Not struck down just yet. Nameless will have to deal with this blue wall for the time being. He circles around Diamond, but slippery. These players on the side of Hua Esports are so difficult to catch, but Twisted Minds finally catching up with them. They've already got those initial few shots in, and RRQ from afar stealing away the eliminations.
They're finding every single one of them. Hua gets eliminated, unfortunately. It's Twisted Minds. Oh, Saming was able to bring Xboxy in now. It's totally fine for him to go down. Nameless finally hits the ground, and what an ambush coming in from RRQ as they are looking for the final couple of members. Saming gonna hit the floor as well. Twisted Minds are not completely out of it just yet, but man, it's gonna be quite a slow start as we look at BRU get high, already on the floor as Pain Gaming starting to push up. They like to play aggressive during the early stages of the knockout rounds, but against BRU, they quickly get the revive on to get high as they're looking to exit the blue and try to find their way back into the ring after touching the arsenal.
Yeah, Buriram very rarely backs away from a fight. Now, if Pain Gaming falls for this break, they're going to rush straight into their deaths. Buriram setting up a great angle here. Get High has been brought back, but Jonah holding a little bit of a flanking angle alongside Moshi as well. Moshi getting the first knock. Peter XL, does he get picked right back up? And Wasana gets the death dealt here to the player, and Noda with an opportunity now to survive and play distraction for the rest of his team members to back away from this death trap.
Oh, yeah, but now you can see that the front line, Moshi, he's got to be really careful. He's keeping his eyes out from where those glue wall melters came from. But Jonah comes in big time with Wasana as well. Too late. Noda is able to regroup with the team, and now the electrotherapy in play, allowing the advantage for Goose against Wasana, who's able to dash out just in time. Moshi is still around to try and support, but Pain, they're trying to regroup here. If they can eliminate PRU here, that would be huge for them.
Wasana looking for Gus. Gus not making a mistake just yet. Moshi caught out. The electrotherapy working. His great work there as Motovia shows up. It's a 3v2. And now he goes down as well. Buriram are out for the count. But was there a revival?
I think so.
Yes,
there was just in time. Thank goodness. Because that was a pretty big mistake that we don't see very often. But now, we quickly look on over to Falcons here as E1 has been peppering them all the way from halfway across the map alongside the Falcons. One more, Peter and as well as Keroro are a little split from each other. They have a lot of area to cover, but at the same time, they can't take a full engagement right now. And I think that E1, at this point of time, understand they're going to get gate kept. So it's either we just wait for them. Oh, they show presence though. They don't mind actually tanking the blue for a little bit as they get the knock. Nicely done by Pow7.
Oh, Pow's just getting those pow-pows out there. Falcons still can't find their rhythm just yet. Everybody's gunning for them. And that's a little bit of a surprise because Falcons are not even the top dogs here. They've been struggling throughout the whole day. But I guess that's exactly why they're getting it down. After team looking for them, picking off points. And Falcons, at this point of time, dead last on the overall leaderboard for this day one of Point Rush. They've only picked up a total of 15 points from the first 4 games. So unlike Falcons, but so like Falcons at the same time to not perform during Point Rush and then grab the trophy on the most important day.
Well, we'll see how that goes when the time comes. But for now, we're seeing that the Corinthians are just punishing Limit. Finally getting knocked as he tries to get on out of there. Pungat as well. The Corinthians as well as these Brazilian teams are out for blood. They want to catch up. They want to make this a competitive day as there's only one map after this one. And that's going to be random, but so far here in Nextera, you can definitely see that the rotations are so much faster from the Brazilian squads all across the board.
Yeah, solid Riptide rhythm follow-up there earlier on from Nike Boy. He's on that revive now, slowly making his way back in. Buriram United Esports on that full recovery as well. We'll have to worry a little bit about the damage from the blue as they try to find the next zone. Twisted Minds on towards their left as well as Spain Gaming. Perhaps a little bit of a rematch here. It's Nike Boy right behind Buriram. Might cause a little bit of a stir, a little bit of trouble here as the team tries to find this next safe zone.
Everybody's gonna get exposed by this UAV. That's a lot of valuable information for teams who are outside of the ring, like Fluxo on the northern side, and they're even going to spot out this rotation coming in from Pain. I'm not so sure about this spot just yet. They probably want something a little bit more solid like that bottom floor of where Bigatron Delta is, but it could be dangerous for them to walk out in the open as of right now, as they've already used their launch pad.
Boja on the ground. And the other teams kind of detecting Bigatron Delta could just be the biggest trouble at this point of time. All thanks to that high ground they hold on to. And they're aiming for their heads. Alan brings that revive back. Cyrus makes his way back into the matchup. Flies straight out of the circle. So that he can slowly rotate in with the rest of his team members shortly. Gus, yet another beautiful nade by him. And everybody's trying to gun down the players on the side of Bigatron Delta, but nobody's aiming for Pain Gaming just yet. Beautiful Riptide rhythm, exposing Bigatron, and Gus with yet another grenade. The follow-up is there, and it's going to be the ice grenade sticking away at them, but Bigatron Delta stands the test of all of those lethals.
Oh man, they have to just time it just a little bit better. The nades are good. It's a very good idea, but you need more commitment from the side of Pain if they want to win this out, and even then, it's still pretty risky, as the next UAV is going to be thrown out in both directions here. A lot of information is being given over to the board. The Corinthians have been taking a good amount of punishment, but the same can be said about attack all around. However, Falcons are still in it. They haven't been eliminated just yet. Ooh, a good shot coming in from Gus, as Kuroa is able to find his own knockdown on towards E1 to find elimination points for himself.
Gus going for the record of knocks, but the man has got 0 eliminations. That must be painful for his ego. Ice grenade tagging them away now, and finally Bigatron Delta responding with their own grenades And the lethals are raining down on Gus and Motovia. A sliver of health left here on Motovia. Right down below stands the players of Buriram United Esports. And it looks like Pain Gaming will have nowhere to go. This might just be the end for them unless they work out some sort of miracle.
I mean, everybody else is looking for... Oh! Good cluster. Koja just showing us how it's actually done. Good launcher. Oh my goodness. Koja doesn't miss with those clusters.
I mean... they had that one coming. They tickled the bear first. The bear had to respond. That was a reflex action. The bear slapped them right back. Beautiful nades from Bigatron Delta. Now they hold that highest round trophy once again. Pain Gaming no longer disturbing them. They get to keep an eye on everybody else. Making their way down is going to be a little bit of a trouble. But you see the portal go, beaming them right across the battlefield. And there's a double portal go connection here. One towards the opposite tower, one towards the ground. They don't have to take fall damage.
They don't, and this is because Pain Gaming tried the initial all-in with their own portal go. This is actually Pain Gaming's portal go that connected them together. So ironically, this is so good for BTR. But look at where the ring has pulled, and Fluxo made a call to say, hey, we're not going to sit in the center just now. We have to keep towards the western side of this map in case it pulls into our direction. So they're going to have first dibs on the next ring. Same goes for Falcons, as we see BRU and as well as the Corinthians currently in a really awkward spot. WAG finally bowing out here, and as much as they are continuing up with the siege, that, oh man, the Trogon launcher themselves lobbing all the util through the window as they start spilling on through, wiping them all out, finding 3 of their members here, and that is going to be a oh wait, a tackle around is the one actually biting the dust. Hold on a second. They're still around as Twisted Minds are still nearby.
Yeah, Viva la Brazil for Corinthians. They just absolutely wrecked the home of Buriram Wasana with a sliver of health. Oh! And a good glue wall to keep himself alive. Tops himself right back up. Koja right behind him. Huck looking for Koja. Wasana won't be able to patch himself right back up. But now how does he get away from this base of glue wall that he built by himself? Finally breaks him down. Meets Koja halfway through. But the Zoni is going to be tagging him up. He can't go for the elimination. Meets Nando X. Jumps back into the monster truck. Wasana the menace.
Oh my goodness, while Wasana took so long to go down, 2 other teams get eliminated while that happened! Oh my goodness, he stole away so many points as Fluxo looking to dominate here alongside with the Corinthians who don't have enough members. It's going to be GG well played. A booyah achieved for Fluxo.
Finally, Brazil showing us what they are made of. Total grit, biting down on the initial losses. They made their way back. 3 games in a row. Fluxo got into the top 3. 2 games in a row. They failed on getting the booyah, but finally they get it for themselves to climb the leaderboard a little bit more. But props to Corinthians who were on the exact same recovery spree.
Oh my goodness, finally we do see that Fluxo. They've been making it into that top 3. They had a weak start today, but now they want to make sure that they're really showing their momentum here, that they're making better decisions than everybody else. This is what sets them apart from the competition.
I mean, beautiful stuff from Wasana in terms of survivability, but the man just didn't have any backup on him whatsoever, and Saming from across sniped him out of his monster truck. And Fluxo making sure they put the final bullet in the coffin for Corinthians who have been so deadly. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the booyah won't be complete without an interview, so back to the stage you guys go.
Faz o vapo e comemora, porque buia brasileiro nas mãos do Fluxo. Atuais campeões mundiais estão aqui presentes na casa e vieram mostrar pro que vieram, né? Vocês entenderam. Bora lá então, trocar uma ideia aqui com o Capita. Bob está na área e vai conversar com a gente. Please, Yusuf.
Thank you, Carol. So first of all, congratulations on having Booyah for your team Fluxo. So we have a pretty difficult opening, right? Because it was struggle for your team and it's kind of hard for Fluxo to get the Booyah, but now here they are on the stage. So can you share to the audience like what happened, or do you feel stressful, or simply you just want to hide your tactics from your team?
Perfeito. Foi um início complicado para o Fluxo, demorou bastante para vocês conseguirem um buia, vocês caíram no top 11 2 vezes e Yusu, gostaria de saber o que você tem a dizer a respeito do dia de vocês hoje, se você gostaria de compartilhar alguma coisa com os fãs que estão assistindo vocês, ou se simplesmente vocês estão só escondendo o jogo para a final.
Mano, primeiramente, boa tarde ou bom dia, não sei que horas são ainda. Boa tarde para todo mundo. Então, começamos mal o dia de hoje, mas voltamos, ainda pecamos em alguns endgames, mas estamos confiantes, estamos voltando, demos um bui agora, ainda resta uma queda. Não sei como está a tabela, mas queremos o top 2 ou o top 1.
Perfect. He understands what is happening with them today. They know it's been a pretty hard game. They are aware of their own mistakes, so they will get back on the game. They will set a new mindset for them right now since they got a booyah. And their main goal here is to get the first or the second position in the overall standings.
Good idea. Great.
Perfect. Okay, so during the Free Fire World Series Brazil, talking a little bit about our interview, you said that world champions don't feel any pressure. So I would like to know if here makes you feel a little bit more pressure than back in Brazil, because you are playing against the biggest regions here from around the world. Na nossa entrevista lá na WB, você me falou que os campeões mundiais não sentem nenhuma pressão, mas você sente que você está sentindo pressão aqui, já que é o Mundial de Free Fire e você está jogando contra as maiores regiões do mundo?
Eu acho que não, porque a partir do momento em que você faz uma coisa muitas vezes, você não sente mais pressão, você se sente confortável. Então, nosso time é um time experiente, fazemos isso com frequência, jogamos campeonatos internacionais com frequência, então nosso time está tranquilo, ninguém sente pressão aqui ainda.
Perfect. That was a really good answer. So he basically said he doesn't feel any pressure because they have been doing this a lot. They have been playing like global championships for a long time. So when you keep doing the same thing, you don't feel any pressure. You just feel used to the game, and they understand like there's a lot of mistakes to be fixed, but they will get back in the game and they will, like he said, set a new mindset, and maybe they will try to keep the champion on their side.
That is the answer from our previous champion, right?
Right.
I love it.
É isso, minha família. Capita já falou tudo aqui que vocês precisavam saber. Mais um buiazão nas mãos dos brasileiros. E vamos de melhores momentos, porque essa partida foi sensacional. Let's go to highlights.
Yes, thank you so much for watching our interview, and I love like how he answered something like that. It sounds like really good. Like some of my part that I really like to listen to the interview of Brazilian players. It's really interesting.
Yep.
Thank you, Carol, for this quality interview. We are done here. Let's go back to our caster and see the highlights.
Eight points behind Buriram, 19 points behind WAG. Getting the second spot is actually not impossible for Fluxo, but if they actually manage to overtake WAG, I will bow down to the Brazilian powerhouse.
They did a phenomenal run this time round. 25 points overall, and even the Corinthians did a really good job as well. You can definitely see that the map is playing a very large part into the way they played the game. Obviously, Pain could have handled this a little bit better, but at the same time, you know, sometimes you don't win every game of Worms Armageddon, especially when you're up against Koja on the opposite side, who just got sick of it. But even so, the discrepancy in terms of the points compared to the top two from third place onwards, 6 points. And then as we move into the second page, I can only assume that they didn't even make it into the double digits. Oh, actually, BTR getting into 11 points with BRU very close to the double digits. But, man, Falcons really unfortunate here. 4 points better than their previous map play. Pain at 5 with WAG bowing out extremely early on, as well as Hua. Maybe this just isn't the way that, maybe this isn't just the way that they should be playing, or if not, all the top teams have fixed their problems.
As predicted earlier, Fluxo on Nextera, they always shine. MT7 walks away with the MVP title. Good on this man. We've been waiting for him to wake up all throughout this day one of Point Rush, and he finally does. But the condition that needs to be met in order for Fluxo to shine again on this final map needs to be the randomizer, bringing us back to either Nextera or Kalahari. If that happens, Fluxo catching up in Buriram is definitely a possibility. Overtaking WAG may not be impossible.
Yep, we just need to see them have that extra bit of space, and then MT7 can put up that 4K all over again. Obviously, he's going to be running the AWM, nasty sniper player, but also a very big initiator, because when you see the Riptide Rhythms come down, you're expecting movement coming in from the rest of the team, whether it be Ngui or even Butsin, to start running and rushing on through.
And of course, if you look at the team of Fluxo, they function the best when MT7 is at his best. With him getting that MVP title, you know for a fact that this team is finding its rhythm once again. But the weak point for Fluxo is their incapability of dominating every single map like what Buriram can do. But WAG is proving that even though you don't have full dominance over every single map, you can still dominate the overall day just purely with the consistency of finding that final circle. Let us remind everyone, 5 Booyahs in the house today. All 5 Booyahs picked up by different teams. Not a single squad has walked in here with a double Booyah. But of course, that could change in this next map when the randomizer comes through. You know for a fact that if the randomizer brings us to Nextera, even the randomizer, even the gods of RNG want Brazil to walk away with 10 points.
And honestly, let's keep it competitive. So far, with these big shakeups here, and especially with WAG for the very first time not making it into that top 3, top 4 scenario, it just kind of opens up a possibility where maybe some teams, especially those within the top 5, could catch up and maybe even overtake them if there's just enough points. But it's all dependent on their performance in this very last map. MT7 obviously doing very well, but even for some like RRQ, for an example, are slowly picking up the pace. Razor at the top of the elimination leaderboard with 5 eliminations, tied up with even Abe as well, so they did well.
Yeah, this is a very good game for RRQ because Nextera is their second worst map. They are not really proficient on this map. They don't usually walk away with a lot of points, but they got very aggressive. They were in the right place at the right time with the right amount of aggression and skill to grab the points that were most definitely needed. Good on them, but no Booyahs just yet, although they sit in the top 3. Fluxo from nowhere to number 4, from number 4 perhaps to number 1. We all need to depend on that randomizer. If we get Nextera, it's almost confirmed.
Oh man, this is really scary. It's anybody's game right now. If WAG can just maintain their performance, they can keep that top spot. But if we have a breakout game coming in from BRU, RRQ, Flux, even Fluxo, or maybe even BT are assuming WAG don't get as many points in this map like they did in Nextera, it's anybody's game.
If we go to Alpine, WAG could just shock all of us, walk away with that Booyah. That is their best map, and of course dominate the overall leaderboard throughout the whole day in such a consistent manner. Vietnam can be proud, but is that going to be the case? Do they fall as we reach the final game of the day? If they do, it's going to be a little bit crushing to their confidence. Obviously, we'll then need to turn the attention back to their analysts, to their coach, to see exactly how they keep the squad motivated for day 2, because that's exactly what's going to be a tad bit disappointing, right? Where you perform well the whole day, except towards the tail end of it where you drop the ball.
I mean, let's just look at the other side of the coin here. Falcons have not been having a great day at all, and I think, you know, for at least for the first half, powerhouse teams who are expected to do well, who didn't do well, end up fixing their mistakes and then started to perform. Falcons have just, I don't know, they're missing something right now.
I can tell you from experience, Falcon is missing absolutely nothing. This is going according to plan. Keep your head down, so high. in a different language, that's going to be so wrong. So high on the final day. And that's exactly what Falcons did. They did not perform at Point Rush during EWC, only to become champion. They could just do it once again. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, back to the stage we go to start the final game. Let's see what the randomizer brings.
Falo com você sim, Peu. Vamos conferir agora. A expectativa tá muito alta. Vamos ver qual será o nosso último mapa dessa tarde maravilhosa, hein, Su?
You guys already know what is time, right? So me and Camilota, we will invite you guys to play a game with us. Guess the map. Let's go to our random map right now. Please comment in our section so we can know what is your choice, okay? Let's go.
Ay, caramba! Perhaps this is the time for WAG to solidify what they've already had the whole day. The #1 spot. We bring it back to Purgatory, where the Vietnamese squad scored their only booyah on this point rush day.
Their only booyah, but at least it gives other teams a chance who started off weak today to correct the wrongs, to make sure that they've solidified, hey, we're done with these mistakes. It's all about making sure that we have a final good showing, just to make sure that we can start preparing for tomorrow, but you gotta end the day strong.
This was also the map where Falcons scored an absolute nothing. So this might just continue for this team. Now, you may think I underestimate the squad because I laugh at them, but I do not laugh because of that. I laugh because, well, you just wait for Sunday, all right? They'll show you exactly what they're made of, where this is the only team that dares challenge no point rush points, but the championship trophy for themselves.
Vamos para o último, porém não menos importante mapa, Purgatory, Ansu.
Yes, and our map here will be Purgatory. Congratulations to those who won the answers. So let's check out Camilota.
Bora decolar porque os jogadores já estão posicionados. Então aguenta coração, pega sua pipoca, que a decolagem foi autorizada!
It's time to correct some past wrongs. A place between life and death, Purgatory. Angry spirits wait, and angry players looking to collect some more points to end the day strong. With a beautiful cut right between the map, we're gonna see whether or not WAG is able to make history repeat itself.
Dropping in close proximity with Twisted Minds. And Diamond is clearly gonna be caught with his pants down here if Krillin finds a weapon first. But of course, Nameless is in close proximity with Alan, the star player from the side of WAG. So this is going to be a tad bit difficult if they lose Alan early in this game. So WAG, the pacing will all be determined by the initial first few engagements. Let's see how this one breaks down. And Alan, that's really not a great spot at all to be hiding away at.
I mean, both sides. It is just a cold war between the two, and binoculars being used to reconfirm the positions. Let's see how Falcons are going to start playing it out, because they're up against the Corinthians once again. One more, able to touch the ground first, taking shots at Omala. Peter trying to buy as much time as possible with his own glue walls, his utility being thrown out haphazardly just to quickly buy a bit of time to loot themselves back up. And WAG already finding eliminations of their own, as revives coming through for Diamond, as well as, oh, hold on, Omala ends up going down as the rest of Falcons finally able to regroup and isolate their targets. They got to make this fast, because once the rest of the Corinthians are able to sneak away, they're expecting more resistance throughout the game.
Well, Falcons started off Purgatory with 0 points, so this is a great start for them. They've already picked up 1, which is much better than the previous game. Could not hack it this time round. Peter just sprays him down up close and personal with the Mag 7 on for the hunt for the rest of the players. But here comes RRQ as well to cut off the rotation from one of the Corinthians players and perhaps replace Corinthians in this fight up against Falcons.
And Falcons quickly all turn their backs, heading right back to Lumber at this point, as they know, oh wait, hold on. Interesting. Oh, very interesting spread coming here from RRQ. They catch up all the stray members. They're trying to escape Lumber, and the Corinthians take so much damage, but at the very least, Omala is able to bring back Hockey time, so they're not going to be completely eliminated. But now the next question is whether or not RRQ wants to take on the rest of the Falcons, because Dudes, he likes to go on by himself in the earlier stages of the game to not only find information, but also disrupt members and look for free elimination points.
Yeah, let's see if or not RRQ can cut it this time around. This is a map where they don't perform all that too shabby on. Purgatory is RRQ's best map. So I am expecting them to shine quite a little bit here. Of course, at the start of the day, they kind of faltered just a tad bit in this Purgatory map, only walking away with 3 points, not really proving themselves to be the best on this day of Point Rush. Xporty catching one out as he falls to his death. Krillin sprayed down as well, and looks like this one's gonna come breaking down for WAG, but a shot from afar with Cyrus and his VSK does slow the pace down for Twisted Minds, but the recovery for WAG should most definitely be possible. There's quite a bit of distance between themselves as well as Twisted Minds. Here comes that revival as well.
New high score achieved by the Falcons. 5 eliminations in the bag as we see the hunt for WAG members. We see that Twisted Minds are not going to give up this chase just yet, with Cyrus and as well as Xbor running out of play area and cover to actually work with. This vertical seems like a good idea, but even so, Xbor has to try and slow down and pull the attention of the Twisted Mind members. Diamond gets locked out by Xbor. Good shot. Once again, Nameless tries to flank Xbor, but doesn't chunk him out enough. 1/4 of his life still left. If he can get a heal off, that'd be nice, but no, too late. Xbor quickly taking shots towards the face here as Cyrus tries to cover, trying to take the bottom side. Gets clipped right at the very end. No helmet for him, taking more damage than he should.
Yeah, back and forth between Twisted Minds and WAG. The recovery was there. WAG still in the game, but most definitely nerfed at the start of this Purgatory map. Let's see how their recovery is in a little bit. Corinthians coming back in for a little bit of revenge up against RRQ. Ma'al bought right back. So this will not be where the Indonesian squad falls. But as you can see, Corinthians have also been set on a full revival earlier on Omala and squad. Omala was the guy that was initially revived, and he brought the rest of them right back in here for the play. And they are most definitely tickled by this initial RRQ ambush that they are forcing this revenge play, and Abe standing tall. Riptide Rhythm smashes down his defense though, and Nike Boy follows up to put him on the ground.
Unfortunate indeed here. Throws a glue wall really far forward here, and with the Trogon, that's perfect for the situation. The Scar's not going to be able to compete with that type of close quarters, but at the very least, the Corinthians are able to get into full fighting strength. We now cut over to BRU and as well as Fluxo. Both of these teams engaged each other very early on, and the launchers coming out from Moshin as well as Jonah. If they can take out MT7, oh wait, hold on, MT7 launches away, he gets knocked to the ground. Jonah doesn't let him run off.
Jonah sees that from afar, and with the AC-80, knocked him down onto the ground. Riptide Rhythm gonna be breaking down the defenses. Get high, and Moshi in the thick of the action here. And they've got the Gassibon. Wasana showing up out of nowhere. Moshi down on the ground. The pickup is gonna be tough here, and Jonah shuts down GU to pick his buddy right back up on the other side. Buriram with the recovery. Fluxo, they cannot withstand more damage and decide to back away.
Unfortunate indeed, but that's just the beauty of the electrotherapy. The best part about it is that if you don't tether to anybody, it's such a shock when you see that tether suddenly connect and you're having to put more bullets into your target than necessary. Sometimes it's a game changer, especially when you're on your very last clip as well and you're forced to reload in such a tight scenario. Great trades coming in from BRU's side, but now the question is, where are they going to path? And it looks like they are waiting for the Arsenal, which is going to be opening soon.
Arsenal opened up, and they've got those upgrades awaiting them. Buriram just got so much more dangerous, and you can see the upgrade, the WM in the hands of Moshi is going to be pretty deadly. WAG on that full recovery as well, but this time up against their brothers Hua Esports. This is not going to be an easy one for Hua, but thanks to the fact that WAG just went on a revival spree, perhaps the job just got a tad bit easier. Riptide Rhythm smashing down the defense of Shin, and Krillin with the beautiful follow-up.
Let's see whether or not they're able to hold their ground here. And so far, they've taught Hua a lesson. You ain't us. You got to make sure that you're respecting the way that you path. But even so, Falcons and the Corinthians still haven't given up against each other, as they've been farming each other from the beginning of time. And so far, they swing the corner. Wide swing as well. Hawk, unfortunately, unable to block himself himself off as On Fire gets right behind him. The Riptide Rhythm doesn't connect as well as they wanted it to, but they managed to get inside the building as Kyung is able to take out some of the members from E1 off screen here. CQC is where we expect Falcons to do their best as they're trying to pry open these doors to make these stairs dangerous. They find one in Omala once again, and one of the Corinthians were able to sneak away as the action was so busy, so noisy. Nandox makes it away in a vehicle as well. Beautiful stuff.
Lucky escape for Nando X here. 200 coins in his pocket. Question is, can he find a revival platform or a coin machine at the very least so that he can buy one insurance before he focuses on any shenanigans? Straight towards the vending machine he goes. I'm pretty sure there is a coin machine in the vicinity that he can pick up a few extra change on to buy back a partner. WAG on for the rotation, looking for the circle, and finding the bags of Twisted Minds at the same time. Looks like sweet revenge is on its way.
Oh, they want to. After that early game disadvantage and all the recover time they had to waste recovering, now they can start hunting for points, and it'd be nice if it was Twisted Minds. But at this point in time, WAG, they already know their current positions. They need to figure out how they want to play this fight, because again, it's down to you, Till, Riptide Rhythm, to make sure that front line is forced to turn the corner. And yep, great call coming in for Twisted Minds. They've got the launch pad ready to go. No, it gets canceled out. They quickly have to drop down the glue walls to make sure that they can get on out of there, and they just make it in time. Explorer was about to find the angle.
Fluxo now circling on in, perhaps to meet the players on the side of WAG. E1 spots behind the Vietnamese squad as well. WAG spotted out the player on the side of Fluxo. They're going in here for the flush. Bob's in a lot of trouble.
They're going to be starting to push on through. Bops is going to be by himself at this point in time. The rest of the Fluxo members hopefully are in position to support him on that lower ground here. Oh, MT7 comes in with the vehicle. Bops, get in the car. We got to get out of here real fast. We're like, right now. Alan tries to take the shots. Finally, it's coming through. A little bit late, blows up the vehicle just in time. Glue wall comes out from MT7 to protect themselves, but now they have to worry about the amount of firepower that WAG has. They're not going to rush on through. The Corinthians end up getting eliminated off screen.
By whom? My goodness me, Corinthians, they were doing so well up until that point, but unfortunate, it comes to an end right here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at Purgatory. Corinthians, decent enough. They picked up enough points to make sure they were not the three bottom teams, but I don't know if or not that fate's going to turn around for them, because Pain Gaming as well as Twisted Minds still alive and kicking. Falcons could most definitely overtake, looking at the run that they are on. 8 eliminations so far. They look like they want to make this that recovery game.
I mean, you got to end of the day strong, right? You got to have good vibes as you're leaving the arena. That way, when you go back into scrims, or at the very least, when you look back at the VODs, you can actually really understand the mistakes that are being made. But at this point of time, if they don't find that momentum, it feels like Falcons... Oh, hold on. X-Bor is already down. And Alan, he's got the double barrel ready to go. Somebody wants to turn the corner, and Twisted Minds quickly go out, in and out. He hears the shots, and he knows that he's reloading. Perfectly played by Diamond with a Bison.
WAG thinking they can get the revenge, but Twisted Minds twisted in their ways. They just baited them in, smashed them out. Beautiful wait here. And they baited the right squad here. WAG just over-committing for something they did not need to go in for. And now Hawaii Esports perhaps looking for some revenge courtesy of their brothers from the same region. But I don't think Vietnam's going to be too happy if Hawaii Esports goes full on in for this fight, and Twisted Minds doesn't even give them a chance. Goes in for the launch pad rotation, straight perhaps in towards the crosshairs of Fluxo, or will Fluxo be in the crosshairs of Twisted Minds? We'll have to wait and see.
We're gonna have to wait and see. Nameless in his prime sitting position as well. Let's see how this is gonna play out, because Fluxo out in the open will take it. Oh no, Bobs is already being knocked down by Saming, and now they're gonna be forced into a position where they have to hide behind the structure. However, Pain is just on the opposite end. I don't know how high and how elevated this building currently is right now from where Pain is, but it seems like attention is not pulled to their side as they're more concerned about finding a building to actually sit inside just at the edge of the ring.
I mean, dude, Fluxo's dead broke, man. You see, MT7 has got no lethals on him whatsoever. No utilities to play around with, no glue walls. The man is dead broke. And now Pain Gaming feeling a little bit of pain courtesy of Buriram United Esports. For elimination strong already, making that 5. All thanks to Get High and his Woodpecker from afar. Jonah trying to cut off the rotations. Riptide Rhythm from the side of Pain Gaming. Barely connecting with Jonah's glue wall. Italo trying his best to stay alive. But Wasana says, not today, baby. Pain Gaming out in 11.
No wonder Pain wasn't looking towards Fluxo's side. They were too busy getting peppered down and suppressed by BRU. As we see that E1, the next to fall, Falcons. Yes, they are hot on the trail, but RRQ isn't going to make this easy as WAG gets eliminated off the screen. Hero is the first to fall, getting sniped down. Abe finds Peter with the Bison, and it's looking really, really good, but at the same time, if one more is able to just live up to his namesake, unable to win this out, the electrotherapy just a little too good this time round, as RRQ is going to be wiping this side of the map, but it's not over just yet. With Falcons gone, attack all around, Hua, who just happened to be caught in the crossfire, and BRU, who's quickly running up behind them.
Deadly rotation for BRU. RRQ was nipping at their heels earlier on, and if BRU shuts them down right here, right now, the potential of grabbing 10 points from the first day of Point Rush is in the hands of Buriram United Esports, and that's the first one down. Attack all around, attacking RRQ from the opposite side. Y Esports eliminated at the same time as well. RRQ has nowhere to run.
They just have to keep on pushing forward, and unfortunately for Razor, without the rest of his team, it's going to be hard, but the attention shifts. BRU looking towards attack all around. RRQ might be able to actually recover from this and look to re-flank BRU. If not, just wait and play for position. 6 squads still remaining, 9 eliminations for BRU. This just might be their game here, unless attack all around is able to turn things. I'm trying to see whether Limit is still there. Yes, it looks like it. But at the same time, towards the northern side, I am curious about BTR, Fluxo, and as well as the Twisted Minds. But for now, let's see, because attack all around at full fighting strength might just bring it as Pungod looking to flank around BRU members.
Wasana tagged up first, but he has got the Cassie Electrotherapy back up to full health. Wasana goes. This is deadly. Cougar pushing on in. Get High shows his back, but a good glue wall protects his back as he manages to rotate away from all of the strength of attack all around. Cougar sprayed down onto the ground. Pungod with a sliver of health left on him. Moshi knocks him down to the ground as well. Cougar with a sliver of health. Can he survive? Answer is no. Wasana brings death to the players on the side of attack all around. Jumpgon jumping around, but the man's not going to be able to survive much longer. Limit X7 a little bit too far away. For that backup, Jumpgon all alone gets sprayed down, and Limit can only run.
No, the weaponry wasn't good enough. Micro Uzis, the double barrels, it just ain't enough against the Trogons being brought by BRU. While all of this is happening, we go from 6 squads to 5 as Fluxo is the next to get eliminated. Not too sure how many people were looking at them because BTR at full fighting strength. Same goes for Twisted Minds. RRQ just playing for position.
Bigatron Delta can only dream of replacing Buriram on that second spot on the overall leaderboard, but they can most definitely overtake RRQ if they get into that final circle and potentially walk away with that second spot. But they need to aim down on Twisted Minds, and if Twisted Minds takes out Bigatron Delta, all the flip side happens. Buriram still gonna be the biggest winner of the day. Who do you pick on first? Here comes Wasana with the monster truck. Jonah inching away with all of his glue walls. Diamond trying to find a connection. Just can't find anything just yet.
Oh, interesting, because Twisted Minds initially threw their Riptide Rhythm to make him look good, and now the response coming in from BRU, getting pinched from both sides. They can see the commitment with the help of the glue wall melters, and now just the grenade coming in from Diamond alone was enough to take down 3. The monster truck to grief them back to ensure that no way we want Twisted Minds of all teams to be winning us, especially after that nade. And Wasana back in that same scenario in that monster truck gets taken down once again by a headshot coming in from Sa Ming. Wait, Goja, he finds a nade of his own, and even Explosy getting knocked down. This is not looking good as BTR now pump up the aggression. Gas as they continue to push on forward. Diamond isolated from the rest of his team members, and BTR finally earning their spot, earning their right for an interview on the main stage.
Bigatron Delta, could they have done it? Could they have actually snuck away that second spot from Buriram United Esports? My goodness me, they were 11 points behind Buriram. They needed 11 points more. Could the eliminations have done it? Buriram United get close enough, but a massive grenade that knocked down all 3 players from their side. was just a death blow right there by Twisted Minds.
Such a big booyah at the most critical time as well. You could see that the whole lobby turned their heads to just search for as many points as they possibly could, and the aggression was turned up by 100%. Well done to Bigatron Delta, because just look at this scenario here. It's really unfortunate for BRU to go down in that particular fashion, because Twisted Minds inevitably wanted to tenderize BTR Delta by taking away their glue walls facing BRU's side, but I'm glad it all worked out this way. Let's give it up to BTR Delta as they go on to their interview on the main stage finally for Indonesia.
Aparentemente, todas as regiões garantiram um buiazinho no dia de hoje. Finalizamos a nossa última partida com um buia nas mãos do time da Bigatron da Indonésia. Vamos conversar com eles, porque a Bigatron, que foi um time muito agressivo só no último final de semana da nossa fase classificatória, garantiu um buia aqui no Point Rush. Vamos ver o que eles têm a dizer. Please, Yusu.
Yusu call. Bigatron Delta answer. Welcome to the stage, Koja. So, congratulations on having Booyah on our final game today. Do you feel any pressure, and is there any difficulties your team have to suffer through, or you feel completely different from the knockout stage?
Apa pressure atau kendala yang lu alamin selama di babak knockout stage kemarin sebenarnya?
Gak ada sih, cuman kita juga buat ini aja, buat pemanasan juga buat di final. Pemanasan? Ya, jadi kita butuh ini, apa sih, adaptasi lah buat di World ini.
I don't have any pressure because just for practice in the knockout stage, for preparation for grand final and point rush.
That's good. Okay, perfect. Primeira pergunta da Yusu foi se o time da Bigatron sente alguma pressão jogando aqui, diferente do que eles fizeram durante a fase classificatória, né? Eles estão trazendo um jogo totalmente diferente para cá, ou se ele está se sentindo tranquilo, se tem algum treino para a grande final, e na verdade ele respondeu exatamente isso, né? Que eles não sentem muita pressão e sim, eles estão treinando bastante para os jogos da grande final que acontece nesse domingo. Okay, so in the last weekend of the knockout stage, Bigatron team, they did an aggressively game style, and I would like to know if that for sure will be the game for the grand finals.
Oke, jadi di minggu terakhir di babak knockout stage kemarin kalian mainkan cukup agresif. Kira-kira permainan kalian akan kalian bawa juga seperti itu di grand final atau enggak?
Ya, itu tergantung coach saja. Coach maunya gimana. Kalau coach mau agresif, kita agresif. Kalau coachnya mau ngendok, kita ngendok.
Oh, I just follow our coach and focus with our coach said about our team.
Okay, perfect. That's a good answer. Então, a minha pergunta foi, como no último final de semana da fase classificatória, o time da Bigatron entrou para jogo, eles vieram para o rush, tiveram um jogo totalmente mais agressivo, se esse seria o jogo deles da final também. E ele deu uma escondida no jogo, tá? Ele falou assim que só segue o que o coach manda e esse é o jogo deles até então, mas a gente vai assistir mais amanhã, porque esse foi o nosso último mapa, tá bom? Do dia, nossas 6 partidas já estão finalizadas e o último buia ficou nas mãos da Indonésia, time da Bigatron. Vamos agora de melhores momentos, porque finalmente a gente teve um dia muito regular entre todas as regiões aqui classificadas no Mundial de Free Fire.
What again, Bigatron Delta, again, congratulations and thank you so much to our translator from Indonesian team, Baby Lee. This is the end of our interview as well, but we still have one more interview, right? I think for today. Yes, so stay tuned and let's back to our caster and I'll see you guys later.
great stuff coming in from BTR Delta. 26 points to get this booyah, but Twisted Minds tie it up in second place with BRU at 21, all within the double digits in that 20-point marker here. Honestly, the fact that they are at least, listening out to their coach, having a lot of respect for their coach is a very good idea because he has the overall view of the game and where they are positionally, so at least the BTR players don't have to think too hard about the standings.
Well, this answers my question. Bigatron Delta needed 11 points to overtake Buriram. They missed it by 6. So unfortunately for them, they don't snatch away. And I was saying the number 2 spot, but actually it's number 1 spot because WAG bowed out way too early with 5 points in the bag this time at Purgatory, which means Buriram, believe it or not, has managed to walk away with day 1 of Point Rush with a total of 10 points. My goodness me, just when WAG made us believe that it was gonna beat them all the way to the end, and even Lady Luck pulled in Purgatory, the map where they scored the booyah, but they just could not bring it all the way to the end.
Yeah, they ran out of gas, ran out of momentum, and it's great to see the small consistencies coming in from BTR to eventually try and sneak it away at the very end was a very good idea. But man, they played very nicely on the northern side of that map, making sure they were taking down teams like Fluxo, for an example, attack all around as well, getting a lot of punishment on that side of the map. It's great to see at the very least that they're still in the running and showing why that people need to pay attention to them.
Absolutely. Bigatron Delta, the greatest threat out of Indonesia. And they've managed to overtake their brothers RRQ for sure. And how close the points are will most definitely shock us because they were pretty close on the overall leaderboard earlier on as well. Cassie in the hands of Dix, and obviously the guy provides that backup and at the same time with the capability to step on out there and demolish players purely with his gun skills. Always having the backup of Koja though, with those grenades in hand, he does a lot of damage. 2 assists in total, but of course Dix just takes the cake away from everybody else. The best in eliminations, the best in assists, and the best in damage almost, but of course Koja steps it up a bit.
Of course. And you would imagine that this team is going to be very aggressive, like their setup is designed to be able to kind of bulldoze through a lot of teams, but honestly the fact that they're going with 3 Arvons already gives the idea of, hey, all of it, if they're going to commit to a decision, they want to be fully informed when they make that decision, which is why we're seeing them use their binoculars very, very often in this match. But then we look at our key players, and Twisted Minds, I gotta give it to them, this was a very hot game for them.
Yep, it is a full house. Twisted Minds here for key players spotlight. Diamond grabbing 2 of it for himself with the eliminations and damage. Nameless with the 8 assists. But the host asked Buriram a good question earlier on. Moshi, are you aiming for the MVP of the day here after missing it out during the knockout stage? That could have just come true because Buriram grabbing that number 1 spot, the MVP could just be picked from their side potentially.
I mean, it's a 1 in 4 chance, right? If the knockout stage told me anything, it tells me that, you can roll the dice, but there's always tomorrow to look for that MVP of the day. In terms of our elimination leaders, everybody is coming back into form. At least it's great to see Peter part of that line again. Saming, of course, Koja being at the very bottom with only 1 more elimination away to actually try and take some spots. But it's great to see at the very least teams who were doing not so well at the very beginning of today now coming back and finding their footing.
Yeah, no doubt whatsoever. Obviously, we gotta wait just a tad bit here to see who has managed to grab the MVP of the day. But there's no doubts whatsoever that Thailand has managed to once again prove that they are not the very best, right? Because initially they were dominating the overall leaderboard, but Vietnam woke up, Indonesia woke up. My only disappointment is Brazil went to sleep on us on this first day of Point Rush, and as we figured MVP of the day, 20 eliminations strong, recovering from falling sick initially, but the man picked the right week to fall sick, and of course the best week to find the recovery. Mr. Moshi, the MVP of day one of our Point Rush.
MVP Kaspersky do dia nas mãos dele, que ele foi o único jogador da Buriram que não conseguiu isso durante o Knockout Stage, e agora veio um ótimo momento, e a gente, surpreendentemente, falou isso na primeira entrevista aqui com o time da Buriram. Moshi, the MVP Kaspersky of the day. Congratulations, here's your trophy.
ขอยินดีโมชิอันนี้ MVP ของคุณสนุกไหมชอบไหม
ชอบ
เลยค่ะ
ชอบครับ
ชอบครับ
เดี๋ยวเอาอีก
ดีมากอ่ะ
He definitely happy and like it.
Yeah.
What was your question?
I said that this is his MVP. Does he like it, or he feel happy or not? You can see his face already.
Does he like it?
Yes, a lot.
Ok. A primeira pergunta é se ele se sente feliz em ganhar o MVP aí, se ele tá feliz. E ele com certeza, muito. Ok, so it took you 2 weeks to get the MVP of the day. So Wasana got 2, and Joanna and Get High also got 1 each. And I would like to know why it took you so long to get the MVP. Did you change anything for this moment right here, the first day of Point Rush?
นี่มันอะไรกันครับเนี่ยเขาได้กันไปหมดแล้วในช่วงน็อกเอาท์เขาได้กันทีละคน2 คนมาเรื่อยๆกว่าคุณจะมาได้เนี่ยมันใช้เวลานานเหลือเกินไหนแบบอธิบายสิ
ใช่ครับก็ผมเพิ่งรักษาตัวด้วยว่าสุขภาพก็ป่วยครับเพิ่งได้เต็มที่ก็วันนี้ครับแต่ก็ยังมีป่วยอยู่นิด
Okay, he said that like it took a long time for him because he just recovered from some health conditions and he still have some but he will give his best.
Perfeito. A minha pergunta foi, por que demorou tanto pra tu pegar o MVP, cara? Só o Asana tem 2, aí o Joanna tem 1, o Get High tem 1. O que aconteceu? Ele falou assim, tava me sentindo um pouco mal, tava melhorando ali de alguns problemas de saúde, mas já voltei de volta pro jogo e garanti aí o meu MVP.
Do you guys think that Moshi did this on purpose because he want to receive the MVP trophy on the stage?
เขาถามว่าจริงๆแล้วที่ไม่เอา MVP รอบน็อกเอาท์เนี่ยเป็นเพราะว่าแผนว่าถ้าจะได้ MVP เนี่ยต้องบนเวทีจะได้มีซีน จริงหรือเปล่า
จริงครับจริง
Yes I plan for this
Perfeito. A pergunta da Yusu foi, você acha que o Moshi fez isso de propósito porque ele queria o primeiro MVP do dia dele aqui no maior palco do Free Fire de 2024 aqui na Arena Carioca? E ele prontamente respondeu que sim, né? O cara tá muito bom, tá muito soltinho. You have a lot of Brazilian fans. Would you like to send any message to the Brazil fans?
มีแฟนบราซิลเยอะมากเลยที่เขาแบบว่าชื่นชอบคุณมีอะไรอยากฝากถึงเขาไหมคะ
ก็ฝากขอบคุณทุกกำลังใจด้วยครับที่ตามเชียร์กันถึงจนทุกวันนี้ก็พวกผมจะทำเต็มที่ครับจะคว้าแชมป์รายการนี้มาให้ได้ครับ
Thank to all the fans from Brazil and all around the world that always support and cheer for them. He give a promise to us that he will do his best.
Perfeito. Falei que ele tem muitos fãs brasileiros por aqui, né? Então, o pessoal admira bastante o trabalho do Moshi, obviamente, né? Torcendo pelo Brasil. E ele só agradeceu e por todo o apoio da torcida, mas ele sabe, né? Que a torcida vai continuar sendo brasileira. Vamos agora voltar para a Camilota, porque a gente precisa finalizar o nosso primeiro dia aqui da corrida pelo bônus.
Yes, and again, congratulations, Moshi. Finally, you got your MVP trophy. It's really good. Come on, really cute. Thank you so much, and now let's head back.
And that's it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Wasana still leading the MVP leaderboard with a total of 5 MVPs to his name. But as you can see, the rest of the Buriram players are there as well. Moshi is a tad bit slow to the party. He's just picked up his first MVP. So MT7 better watch out, or he may just leave this MVP leaderboard empty-handed.
Oh boy, I mean, it's great to see Team of the Day. Give it up for BRU. If you're tired of seeing them, well, somebody's got to knock them down eventually. 50 eliminations, 33k in a single booyah in the day. This team is consistent, and I bet you that Moshi, if you check that medical certificate to see what exactly he was sick with, and he says that it was just homesick, makes sense. All part of the plan to get the MVP on such a great stage.
You came close, but you're wrong. He's just sick and tired of being the best, bro. He gave everybody else a chance. Buriram United Esports with a #1 spot and 10 points in the bag, baby. And it's all out Southeast Asia that picks up points here on day 1 of Point Rush. Brazil, on the other hand, on the second page basically means you walk away with nothing. But together with them joins 2 teams from SEA. That's Falcons and Hua Esports. Hua Esports, expected. Falcon, unexpected.
But then there is still one more day of Point Rush to go, so maybe, I don't know, Falcons could live up to the branding just to, you know, keep it up with their current momentum and then look to change it up on Championship Sunday. But man, very, very close margins here between BTR and as well as WAG, who eventually ran out of gas compared to BTR, who didn't do so well in the very first map, but then eventually started to find that consistency and had an explosive final.
Yeah, absolutely right. And of course, as expected, it was going to be a little bit of domination from the Thai teams. What was not expected was the rise of Indonesia. Indonesia has kept their head down all throughout the knockout stage, but they have surprised us here. But I hope they don't shock us by not showing up on Championship Sunday, because they have done that one too many times. And as I said, the players and the teams on the left-hand side, they get those points. Right-hand side gets absolutely nothing. Day 1 of Point Rush has been dominated by Southeast Asia, and Buriram walking away with the most number of points. Do they also walk away with the biggest size of that prize pool on Championship Sunday? We will wait to see. But WAG shining where they should shine. This one is a beauty. Unfortunate they could not earn that extra 3 points, all thanks to this beautiful Buriram plays.
Yep, so many of the plays are looking good. But again, I will have to mention that at least with Buriram sitting right on top, you're expecting to see a lot more Thai teams actually being under them. But instead, we are seeing Vietnam and as well as Indonesia. So coming for tomorrow, hopefully, at the very least, we might see the repeat of this process again. Maybe not even taking that top spot even, but if BTR is able to replicate this performance, they're going to be starting with, at least, if they get 5 today, get 5 tomorrow, that's going to be 10 points for a head start, which is kind of nice considering that they like to have a slow and steady pace in terms of capturing points.
Yeah, and of course, for anyone who's doubting the efficacy of Point Rush, we can tell you it most definitely worked. It most definitely makes a difference. If you look at how close the competition was today, I mean, just a few points between those #1 and #2 spots, just 5 points could have made the difference. If this happens once again on the Grand Finals, you know these Point Rush points are going to be making a huge difference. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Gideon and I, we need to take a little bit of a break. But of course, we will be right back here tomorrow to catch you. Same place, same time. So we'll see you there. Signing off for day 1 of Point Rush on this global final stage. We'll catch you all tomorrow.
Saímos daqui tristes não, tá bom? Estamos muito felizes e orgulhosos dos nossos brasileirinhos e amanhã tem mais Point Rush, tem mais corrida pelo bônus por aqui, Yansu.
Yes, finally our first day in the Point Rush stage is over, and I'm really surprised with the result from Buriram United Esports. 10 points. They're having a really great start from the beginning, right? But I really hope that you guys had a lot of fun watching your favorite teams playing together and of course watching us entertainment as well. So thank you so much for watching and we will see you guys again tomorrow. So stay tuned, eat healthy, sleep, rest and then let's see each other again tomorrow, okay?
Amanhã a gente tem nosso famoso encontro marcado no mesmo horário, nos mesmos canais. Um beijo e até lá. Fui!